That's funny. What's it like that? Yo, 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 yo. What's up? What's up? What's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. Just having some camera difficulty here. What the fuck's going on there? There we go. There we go. We're back. We're back. How we going, everybody? And welcome to today's stream. It is Friday, the 28th of November. Oh my God. We're going through the year very, very fast. And it's time to rock and or roll. That's right, Dilemmas. Welcome. And yeah, as we usually do this time of the week, happy Friday to you all. It's a very, very special time on the working calendar. Let me just say, Friday, as you know it, it is the eve of the weekend. And that means that we are about to get 2 days off, generally, as working people, 2 days reserved for us who service capital to enjoy our lives and do things outside of the general clutches of capital, as in like our employment. Obviously, we still obviously we're probably the best parts of the consumer class, I would say, in a very consumerist society on the weekend. So we're still servicing capital, but in another way, we come to it as an equal on the market. So yeah, on the eve of the weekend, I would just like to say to you, I hope you get that time off. I hope you enjoy those 2 days of freedom. And if you can't do that, if you can't escape the clutches of capital, I hope you get duly compensated for that. I hope you get some type of penalty rates, or time in lieu, double time, all that sort of wonderful stuff. That all things that have been granted to us granted to us because working people like you and me fought hard for it a long time ago, like fought and died for it. That's why I think it's so important just to celebrate the weekend. Happy Settler Colony Day from from the States. What's Settler Colony Day? That must be Thanksgiving then. I'm assuming, right? That's what we're talking about here. And we're going to have some quick updates on what's going on in the States at the moment in regards to that shooting of the National Guard members. Yeah, Thanksgiving, of course. Of course. I hope you are, I don't know, with your family. That's what like people do, right? They go back to see family and eat turkey and stuff like that. So I hope you're enjoying your turkey dinner for anyone who's listening and coming in from the US of A. Seems to be a big important time in the holiday calendar, because as people that got heaps of American TV shows and like kids shows and stuff, there's always a Thanksgiving special. I stayed in New York City and made eggs. All right. Why the fuck not? That goes hand in hand with come back from the gym and getting swole, bro. So I hope that's working out for you. And yeah, like I said, let's just take a minute to remember that we are on the eve of the weekend, or almost for some, and appreciate it. Appreciate the fact that working people just like you all over the world have created everything that you see around you has been created by somebody's labor, someone's effort, hard work, time, and just appreciate that from time to time, because you are part of the group of the people that make all of the value in the world. Everything around you has been made directly or indirectly by someone. And take moments to appreciate all of that stuff, and be grateful for the sacrifices that working people like us have made so you can enjoy that Friday feeling, Friday. It's the end of the week, and like that excitement that gets inside of you, like Friday afternoon, that feeling that you're about to be released from a cage. You know the thing I'm talking about. Enjoy that. And so in saying all of that, I would like to take a moment to pay my respects to workers, past, present, and emerging. Like I said, it is on our shoulders that the entirety of modern society has been built. And we should always, like I'm saying, take moments to remember that and to enjoy it Oh, we can because in the heat of the moment, in the rat race of life, it's easy to overlook the small pleasures that we are afforded in the struggle against capital. So today we are going down the right wing pipeline again, Aussie style, part four. I know, would you believe it? We're up to part four of Australian far right Fridays, and we're going to be taking some time to look at some different characters. We're going to be looking at people again, unfortunately, but like it is what it is, associated with the NSN. So that's the National Socialist Network of Australia. So we're going to be looking at stuff from some neo Nazis, some people that are just generally anti-migration, I guess you would say. Like there's a gentleman by the name of Jordan Knight, and that's Knight in the way that you would think, like a crusader with a K. Jordan Knight, who is from Immigration Watch Australia. So we're going to be getting some interesting analysis from Jordan. Before that, we're going to be having a look at Pauline Hanson's Please Explain series. So she came up with a cartoon series, like it's got 3 seasons. They're really short episodes, but it's in the lead up. It was in the lead up and it kind of inspired what we saw yesterday. So if you were here yesterday, we watched the trailer for Pauline Hanson's movie, which is coming out on Australia Day. So book your tickets now. I know how excited everyone is about it. So calm the fuck down. But yeah, we're going to be looking at the series, the cartoon series that inspired the movie. And I think this is part of the right wing pipeline to a certain extent. Like this is the type of stuff that gets people excited, and talking about culture war stuff. And Pauline Hanson is a queen of the culture wars here in Australia. She has a production team associated with her that flame the culture wars and draw people into that kind of that right wing online ideology. So we're going to have a check out and see that in time for the marches in Sydney and Melbourne on Saturday and Sunday. Yes, kind of. Yes, Far Right Fridays is going to be on the eve of the Put Australia First rally, which I am planning to go to tomorrow in Sydney. I'll be live streaming that one, so people can check in if they want to see, I guess, what's going on there. And I'll try to speak to some people in the crowd as well and just get a vibe about what's going down, I guess you would say. But before we get into Far Right Fridays, I just want to quickly catch up on something that we started yesterday. So if you were here for the entirety of the stream, or you checked in right at the end yesterday, we got word of the fact that there was a shooting. 2 National Guard members got shot in Washington yesterday in the States. And I think the ramifications of this are significant. Not just the fact that, 2 people have been killed, but that's apparently par for the course in an American sense, I guess you would say. So it's completely acceptable, maybe. I don't know. Call me old fashioned. But the fact that they are National Guard, and the National Guard have been put into Washington by the beloved Emperor of Capital, Donald Trump, to kind of fight crime, I guess you would say, in Washington. 6-7. Oh my God, I don't think anyone's come up with a comment like that for months. Wow, welcome. 6-7 advocate. And yeah, it's important because now it's going to be used as a justification, obviously, to ramp up military personnel in the streets. And they were actually going to take the soldiers or the National Guard in Washington had overstayed their period of deployment, and they were about to take them out, and then all of a sudden somebody has popped to National Guard in cold blood just out of nowhere. You're old-fashioned like a French revolutionary. I'll take it. Thank you very much. And And yeah, so what's happened is there's some details on the shooter. Now, this is where the plot thickens. Like, so get your thickening agent out and, like, share some over this way. Washington AP, an Afghan national who worked with the CIA in his native country. Now, this is not unusual, right? To have had some, like, people, in places where the Americans are pretty fucking active from a military perspective, working with the CIA, but it's probably what helped him get to the States. Like, if you are, the American Empire, trying to, like, get people to do stuff that's in your favor on your military conquests, then, like, the CIA will employ people, natives, domestics, to help them with their operations. That's probably like, people probably say, hey, I'll do this, and, like, we want admission to the country. So he was an Afghan national, the shooter that is, that worked with the CIA in his native country and immigrated to the US in 2021, drove from Washington State to the nation's capital. So Washington State, now I understand, I didn't before, that Washington State is on the West Coast, okay? It's fucking far away from Washington, D.C. They're not the same thing. So drove from one side of the country to the other and just shot two National Guard members deployed in Washington, U.S. officials said Thursday. The suspect had worked in a special CIA-backed Afghan army unit before emigrating from Afghanistan, according to two sources. Now, what's going on there? So this guy drove across the country and just popped two National Guard personnel, and then was taken into custody themselves. It's weird, man. It's weird. Can I just say? Like, we were talking about this yesterday, and I was, like, half jokingly saying, "Oh, this is a psyop for sure. Trump and the administration is going to use this as a reason to continue and ramp up the deployment of soldiers on the streets to help fight crime." And now they've got basically a sleeper agent. It's like he's a sleeper agent, right? Yes, don't you reckon? It's like this guy has just been, like, given, they've come out of Afghanistan. He's been, used by the CIA, or, like, somehow affiliated with the CIA in some Afghan army unit. And all of a sudden, someone's turned on the radio and he's heard the right tune. And he's just like, oh, it's time to drive across the country and just pop two random National Guard personnel in the capital, baby. In the capital. It's fucking crazy. Trans Tifa are probably relieved it wasn't one of them for a change. Yeah, don't look at us anymore. It's those darn immigrants. Hey, you can't assume that immigrants can't also be trans Tifa. Dangerous assumption. Fun side note, Jerry Poppins in the house. Speaking of French revolutionary, I watched some professor draw the conclusion that Napoleon created nationalism to stop the Frenchies from doing all that revolutionary head chopping. Isn't that interesting? He definitely was a hardcore nationalist. The idea of the nation state didn't really exist until the French birthed liberal society. And then they used the nation state as a justification for their armies to fight in Europe and to, like, liberalize Europe. But they were fighting for the nation, as opposed to before that, everyone fought for the king. And then, like, people were tied to their nation for the first time. They had a sense of national pride, and then that was the thing that, like, encouraged people to fight. And so what the other Europeans used to complain about was when they fought the French, they were so motivated. Their morale was through the roof because they were fighting, or, like, they knew that they were fighting for their country, as opposed to just, like, some king somewhere that they pledged their allegiance to, apparently. Because they just had to. And so, like, it just changed the game. And, like, Napoleon was a master of that sort of stuff. He was he knew how to work propaganda really well, and knew how to inspire the masses. Sounds believable, to be honest. It's crazy, isn't it? Nationalism has been used to divert attention from those in power throughout history. Yeah, but I think it started somewhere, and I think the French definitely had a big part to play, as they did liberalize. When I say liberalize, I mean like bringing liberalism across the continent, and like bringing down monarchies and all that sort of stuff. But like you bring in monarchy, so you take away monarchy for like an emperor kind of thing. It's like, I don't know, man. So the French are to blame. I knew it. Yes, well, blame away. If you want to blame them for the modernization, basically the modernization of the human race, I guess you could argue from that standpoint. Then yes, you blame them. Go for it. Anyway, crazy stuff, right? What the fuck is like a former CIA trained or affiliated 32-year-old driving across the country to do something like this for? It's just like he woke up one day, he's like, you know what, I'm gonna do this. That's why I came here in the first place, to fuck shit up. I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and damn, I'm all out of gum. Weren't Romans nationalistic in a way? Though yes, but like the kind of the modern idea of the nation state as we have it now, is that and like they stole the idea of citizenry, and so the nation state is populated by the citizenry, and like so the idea of the citizen, though the Roman citizen being like an actual official part of Rome, like that was kind of that they took that idea, but the citizens were the citizens of the nation, in the French perspective, as opposed to just being like elements within the empire, the territories of Rome, which was an expansive empire as such. Like France had its own stake as a national territory. LOL, nice Han reference there. Um, Back on topic, it's been a while since the Afghans copped a bit of flack. Must be more oil or poppy fields to plunder somewhere. I think it's just a strategic location for them. Like Trump wants Bagram Air Base back, because it's very well positioned in between kind of China and Iran, kind of, and like you can use that as like as a launching pad to control both or contain both, which is like important for like Israeli kind of aspirations for the region, general destabilization, and like it's another threat to China, which helps contain them. And so like yeah, Afghanistan is important for that reason at the moment. Yeah, Trump was threatening that like a couple of months ago, that he was just going to take back the airbase that they abandoned. They're not interested in the rest of the country by the sounds of it at the moment. But yeah, the Afghans, it's just crazy how this has kind of like what the ties are. Like just given, if you know a bit of the history of what the CIA has been capable of and up to in some of their operations, like this, it's no stretch of the imagination at all to think that, yes, like I think that's the best way to describe it, Volta, to like sleeper agent style. It's not a stretch of the imagination. It's just another plausible theory for this one, like, and completely plausible. Yeah, I was going to say that China was in talks with them after US pull out because of their Silk Road goals. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they've definitely got a big parts of their Belt and Road Initiative go through that kind of Central Asia region and back onto that whole area. So, anything to undermine the Chinese, like the Americans have got that one in the bag. They know how to stop a a competitor from doing something, that's for sure. They got that shit down pat. So anyway, quick diversion, and just wanted to speak about that because we touched on this just as we were leaving yesterday's stream. Dilemmas had put that link up, and we're like, oh, here it comes. What's going to happen now? So it justifies a lot of stuff. It helps them, continue to install and use force on the streets at home. The Americans, that is, like deploy National Guard, ramp up their secret police. I mean, ramp up ICE activities even, and then yeah, they could justify aggression abroad now if they really wanted to. We'll see where they go with it. All right, so if you are not aware, because I have seen like cuts of this, but like I wasn't actually aware of it fully. I just seen stuff maybe on like, I don't know, on TikTok or something like that. And I just thought someone was making cartoons paying out politicians generally in Australia, but it's not generally. There was a short series that was done by Pauline Hanson like a few years ago now, and it's called Please Explain. And it's episode. We're going to be looking at the first series of this today. Maybe we'll get through more. We can go into series 2 and 3. I don't know. But this is, like I said, this is going to be a warm up for the movie that's coming out in on Australia Day, the super progressive movie for 2026. So if you weren't here yesterday, Pauline Hanson is affiliated with, I don't know if she's fully in control of this, but she's lent her branding to and is associated with the production of a movie called the Super Progressive Movie, and it's basically a movie that just shits on left-wing progressive persons in the culture wars, and it looks like, super trigger worthy. Like, it looks like it's just its entire reason to be is just to trigger the lips, like and melt some snowflakes out there and all that sort of stuff. But like, where do the origins of that movie come from? Like, how do you go to just make a full feature-length film just shitting on libtards? And it comes from this. This was the trial run. So this is Pauline Hanson's Please Explain channel. She's got a channel on YouTube, and they put this up, and it's something that is produced by, what are they called? Stepmate Productions or something like that. I think their name is. Anyway, they produced this series, and we're going to watch this because this is part of, I would think, the right-wing pipeline potentially in Australia. It is, making fun. It is satire of the political class, but it's basically shitting on everyone who is not One Nation. And, that draws, I guess, people towards One Nation, which is, One Nation have a lot of pull from right-wing politics, but not only hardcore and traditional right-wing politics, but like, this is definitely one of those pipelines to get you going on some of those key issues, like, like migration and all that sort of stuff. So we're going to have a look at this. Stay classy, America. Yeah. I don't like it. No way near. I don't like it. I don't like anything. Yeah, we might have to play that song. That was a fucking great song back in the day. I imagine if Pauline got the same budget as Trump, she was doing it before it was cool. LOL, trendsetter. So yeah, have you watched this series, Dilemmas? I haven't actually watched it. Like I said, I've seen clips of it on like TikTok or something, and be like, what the fuck is this? But it's all come from Pauline Hanson. So I'm gonna shut up, and so you can actually understand what I'm talking about. Let's just watch it. I'm not gonna cut it off, and then we might come back to it afterwards. But like, here's your context, and for the international audience, this is Australian politics. Okay, you're gonna get an insight here that nobody else gets, and like, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Right, settle down. Let's make a start. I'll just take the roll. Josh Frydenberg.
Here.
Matthew Canavan.
Here.
Barnaby Joyce.
Yep, here, miss.
Anthony Albanese.
Yes, miss. Anthony Albanese is here.
Okay, Bill Shorten. Bill, put that knife away. And you too, Tanya. Peter Dutton.
Where's Porter?
Christian Porter's suspended, Peter. Okay, Craig Kelly. Craig, no phones in class. Who are you texting?
Nobody?
Adam Band.
Yes, I'm here on Aboriginal land and I pay respect.
It's just the roll, Adam.
Always was, always will be.
Bob Catter.
Well, of course I'm here.
Scott Morrison. Scott Morrison? Where's Scott?
Yeah, aloha, douchebags.
Late again, Scott.
Yeah, sure am. It's me, ScoMo. Classic ScoMo. What's up?
Whoop,
All right, yes, ScoMo. Elbow. Whoops. ScoMo.
That's enough. Sit down, Scott.
Yep. Sorry, miss. Yep, ScoMo.
All right, over the next few months, I'm going to teach you about Australian politics. Am I understood?
Yes, Miss Senator Hanson.
Now listen closely, because at the end of this term, there will be an election.
An election? Oh, get.
That's it. That's all you get. There's an introduction for you into that is pilot episode 1, series 1, Pauline Hanson's very own show. It's not bad, eh? The ScoMo one was fucking awesome. I must say, that was hilarious. Hey, douchebags. I'm so glad I know most of these references. Yeah, look, I don't know how I feel about that either. I think I feel responsible, so I do apologize, but at least you can get some of the jokes then. So, like, let's just go through quickly and do the fucking roll call. Okay, what's she talking about? There's Albo Sleazy there. If you want to know whose characters they all are. There's Elbow Sleazy. Okay, and so this is winged there by representatives from the CFMEU and the ACTU. So Sally McManus, the leader of the ACTU, and then John Setka from the CFMEU. I don't think he's there anymore, but like this is 3 years old. And then like there's references here. This is again just for the solid bid fan would buy tickets. Man, wait until you see the Did you see the trailer yesterday that we played? Fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Okay, so this is Bill Shorten, Tanya. This guy anyway. Well, I don't know actually. Like there's been a lot of infighting, I would say, in Labour, but like also just kind of stabbing prime ministers in the back and taking positions and all that sort of stuff. It's a reference to that. Bill Shorten is the old leader of the opposition or leader of the Labour Party before Albo took the reins kind of thing. So this is Peter Dutton. So he was the opposition leader at the last election. And yes, people make a lot of references to him being Lord Voldemort. It's a pretty good depiction, I must say. I don't get this reference. Can some Australians cover me on this one? Like, what's Craig doing on the phone? And then he messaged all that. Like, did he get busted doing something on his phone or something? So like leader of the Greens, Bob Katter, you've probably seen Katter on these streams before. He's the guy that said he's going to punch someone in the face for saying that because they called him Lebanese. Don't say that. And then, yeah, ScoMo. So this reference to ScoMo is Australia went through some pretty hardcore bushfires in, when was it? 2019? Anyway, he fucked off when the country was burning and he was in Hawaii. And then like he did something afterwards, I think, like did some, I don't know, PR campaign, and he had his ukulele out. It looked horrible. So they got him down pat, that's for sure. That's for sure. Then the movie will air. One Nation will get a boost. Farouk, etc., will shriek in question time. One Nation will get another boost. Social media ban will give One Nation another boost. So you're predicting. Yeah, he went for a holiday. Like this dude who pulled a cruise to Cancun during a deadly winter storm. Yeah, man, talk about like representing the people, right? I remember the firefighter interviews calling him out. Yeah. People were pissed off about that. And like, like rightly so. And like we actually had a prime minister of the same party, Tony Abbott, who actually was a volunteer firefighter, and like they would have footage of him during bushfire season all the time, out there sweating it off in his gear, like fighting fires and stuff like that. So like the precedent has been set. Like if you want to be, fair dinkum, like you've got to at least be, shaking hands and kissing babies in affected communities. You maybe not have to be out fighting the fires, but definitely not on holidays like this douchebag. So, yeah, the firefighters were calling him out, and more so. So anyway, there's your roll call. Interesting stuff. I remember the smoke got so bad it actually hit NZ. Yeah, it was intense, man. I heard rumors Abbott is running for his old seat. There you go. Well, he's very, very active, right? Never forget Paul from Neligen. Yes, that's right. He's the guy. And didn't he get fired or didn't he get stood down for what he said? Yeah, angrily yelling out the window when the cameras were trying to capture. He's like off doing his thing. And yeah, he told ScoMo to get fucked, I'm pretty sure. All right.
If no one's reached more than 50%, then the last person's second preferences are counted. So, it's not just the number ones that matter. Twos matter. Threes matter. All right, let's make our how to vote cards.
Hey, Albo.
Yes?
I'll put you down as my number 2 if you put me down as your number 2.
Oh, sure. Absolutely, Adam Bant. You can always count on me.
Oi, Scotty, chuck us down as your number 2 and I'll chuck you down as my number 2.
Yeah, no dramas, mate, no worries.
Oi, Albo. Yes, Scott?
You and Adam sharing preferences, just like you.
Tell the PM to get fucked. Yeah, interesting. Hey, savage. And like he did get in trouble, didn't he? I thought they stood him down or something. But like it was worth it.
Share bodily fluids.
Yeah.
You and. Yeah, no dramas, mate, no worries.
Oi, Albo. Yes, Scott?
You and Adam sharing preferences, just like you share bodily fluids.
Yes.
Right, I got a deal for you. I'll put you down last, and you can go yourself.
Oh, miss! Stop swearing!
What's going on, you two?
Albo here's been making shady preference deals, miss.
Oh, Scott's doing it too!
Well, boys, you can do as many dodgy preference deals as you want, but voters don't have to follow your how to vote cards, remember?
Yeah, that's right. Everyone's entitled to their own polling proclivities.
Just because a voter puts you down as their number 1 doesn't mean they have to follow your instructions on their number 2.
Oh, speaking of number 2s.
Holy shit, they're educating people in preferential voting. This is mental. Hey? She's just saying, hey, look, just because the major parties tell you what numbers to put down, put your own goddamn numbers down. This is crazy. Maybe an onion-eating, speedo-rocking Rhodes Scholar is exactly what Australia needs right now. Hey, that's why. That's why. It's like in the face of the onslaught of one nation, who are you going to call? Hey, who are you going to fucking call? Tony Abbott. That's right. He'll bring back the people that were lost to one nation. Pretty sure he was put on a few weeks stress leave, not stood down. Ah, okay. Stress leave.
Get out, Scott! This is a classroom, not the Engadine Maccas.
Savage. Savage. So the story goes.
Get out, Scott! This is a classroom, not the Engadine Maccas.
So there is a place in Sydney near Scott Morrison's electorate. Oh, maybe it's inside his electorate. I don't know. There's a place called Engadine, and there's a Macca's at Engadine. And so the story goes, Scott Morrison shat himself at Engadine Macca's. That's right. Our honourable Prime Minister. Yeah. So they say, shat himself at Engadine Macca's. And so someone erected a plaque there, I'm pretty sure, in like memory of him shitting himself at Engadine Macca's. We shot a music video at Engadine Macca's in honor of him, actually. And we actually got inside the toilet where he might have cleaned himself up a little bit and filmed some of our music video in there. So it's like, it's urban legend stuff. Got a call on the special agents of the liberal world order, the Rhodes. I'm happy Angus Taylor didn't get far with his push for leader. Yeah, well, there's another leadership spill coming. I'd say she's on thin ice.
Right. In order to pay for your campaigns, you'll need money. And you'll get that money from donations. But remember, any donation above $14,500 needs to be disclosed. Now, break into your groups and brainstorm on fundraising strategy.
So we'll hit up the big boys, right? Banks, finance, property developers, big pharma.
gas, coal, consultants, casinos, unions.
Who else? Barnaby, any ideas?
Dude, this is so educational. Like, this is not what I was expecting. This is not I hope the movie's not educational. I wanted to just be slamming on SJWs the whole time. But this, like, they're teaching people about the state of affairs, which is politics. I didn't say this guy before. That's Barnaby Joyce. I guess people call him, he's really red-faced all the time. So they call him the beetroot, I guess. If I was a betting man, I'd say it's Hasty. Hasty price ticket. Yeah. I think it's definitely Hasty.
Big Pharma?
Yeah, I said Big Pharma.
No, Big Pharma.
Yeah, very nice, Barnaby. But let's talk about where the real money is.
The donations we don't disclose.
Oh, but what about that disclosure rule?
That disclosure rule's easy to get around.
Well, you see, Craig, instead of donating directly to the party, the donor can give to our fundraising entity, who then sends the money to the party, keeping the original donor a complete secret.
Or we could just split the donation across our state and federal branches.
Don't forget the lunchies.
Oh, the lunches. 10 grand a head for some lunch and a bit of FaceTime with the big fella. Delicious.
Nah, this is all a bit much, fellas.
What are you
I'll
going to
say,
do?
like, this is educational. And so this is part of the right-wing pipeline. That's why when you go to these events like March for Australia, everybody's so riled up. They've probably been watching this series and they've gotten a crash course in how Australian politics really works. And so, like, they're happy to talk. I've been looking over some of the footage from my March for Australia stuff, and, like, some of the comments they're making, I'm like, how did you get information like this? Like, there was one guy that was repeatedly going on about how the two major parties, but Albo specifically, was getting kickbacks from the process. He was like, they get kickbacks. And I was like, I wonder where they're getting this information from. Exactly. Not the beetroot, the beetrooter. Yeah, the beetrooter, sorry. Because, can't maintain a marriage over keeping it in his pants. Oh my God. Yeah, what was the name of that press? The lady from the press? And she ended up getting pregnant with him. She was all the rage for a while in Australian politics. Yeah, that's right. Hey, he can't keep it in his pants. The
Dob,
beetrooter.
have you got a moral objection, you big wimp?
Nah, I just can't be buggered with all that work, fellas. I'm gonna go sort my own finances out.
Oh, it was a staffer. Okay.
Oi, Uncle Clive! Reckon you could chuck us 60 million bucks from your campaign? Yeah, cheers, mate.
That is fucking hilarious. Troll6595, Mystery, you are a filthy PDF file. Can you say that? I wonder if you got through the censor. Nah, you can't say that. Too bad. I read it out for you, though. Just for you, buddy. Alright, this is interesting. I wonder if that's what the comments are like. That was gold. Couldn't be more accurate. Love Pauline from Louisiana? Far out. This is global, the audience on this one. This is crazy. They all got taken down by the AEC because they lacked the authorized bit at the end. So they are being released now. The AEC did One Nation a favor because now she can put them out just 2 weeks before the polls. Interesting. Yeah, crazy. All right. I know. It's outrageous, especially from someone as credible as Troll. This is a fact. It is a fact. It is a fact. All right, let's do the next one, shall we?
All right, class, we've got a new exchange student. This is Greta Thunberg.
I shouldn't even be standing here. I should be in school, on the other side of the ocean.
Let's all do our best to make her feel comfortable.
How could you? Disappointed in you? Disgusting behavior? Yeah, I'm trying, man. It's not easy. You find a lot of Aussies woke up after COVID like me, and at first you don't really like Pauline. But as you learn for about all the other Pollys, Pauline doesn't seem so bad. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. No, that's definitely the narrative that is being portrayed here. It's like Pauline against everyone else. She's like a political, what's the word? She's politically clean, and she just plays the game for what it is.
Side of the ocean.
Let's all do our best to make it feel comfortable.
I'll take care of her, miss.
Is that air conditioner? How dare you?
Oh, yep, that's bad. Yes, no, we shouldn't have that on. No way, that's bad for the environment. Let's turn that off. Yep, hang on, just give me a second. Oh no, I can't turn it off. Good one, Adam. It's getting bloody hot in here.
The temperature is rising. We're all going to die.
It's so hot. I'm roasting.
Smelling pretty good, Barnaby. 20 more minutes and I reckon you'll be done.
All right, don't panic. I've got a plan, all right? We're going to fix this the Australian way. Oh, what does that mean? It means I'll figure it out after the election, Adam.
No, we need to act now.
Yes, everyone stop breathing. Your CO2 emissions are too high.
Pick up all of the rubbish now. No, don't throw it out. You need to recycle. Be sustainable.
I need solar panels in here.
Turn off all of the light bulbs.
Get rid of all the cows.
We need to end capitalism.
Cows.
We need to end capitalism.
Oh my god, I want to fucking get that one on loop. That's so good. How many blokes do you reckon will vote for her just because she flicks the bird in Parliament? It's not zero. Well, you're not wrong. Hey, you're not wrong. So good. Let's have a look. Yeah, interesting. Well, you're not wrong. All right, let's do this.
Everyone needs to calm down. Take a second to look at the facts and plan a measured response.
No, we must act now, and we must act hysterically.
Greta, wait. Take me with you.
Oh my god. The fucking end music is so good. That's the best part about it. No, we must act now. We must act hysterically. Interesting. Gold. I'm glad you're running these clips again. I almost forgotten how great this episode is. Yes, E, yes. Consume our capitalism propaganda. We get you through humor. The left can't meme. I don't know about that. That's always been a big joke, right? For conservatives, I guess. That the left can't meme. I don't know about that. But like this is fucking hilarious. Like that depiction of Greta and stuff like that. So good. Alright, fair enough. I think we usually laugh though much on Far Right Friday. Oh, that's not true. We've seen some pretty questionable things on Far Right Fridays, I guess. Yeah. Interesting. Alright, let's keep going, shall we? Let's keep the train rolling. Happy birthday to you. Oh no, I think I skipped one.
We'll go.
All right, class.
No.
We've got a new exchange student.
Happy birthday to you. Dean
We'll go on,
Eggles,
son.
the
Make a wish.
loser lefties.
But shouldn't we wait for Scotty? He said he'd make it.
I'm sorry, but
Memes only work when there's truth involved. Oh. Savage. Savage. Every community online memes pretty hard. Everyone has their in-jokes. Yeah. This series is a little too good. She's turning me and I don't like gingers. It is funny. There's some funny stuff in it. Especially just shitting on politicians. Like, what's not to love? Dilemma's mic drop? Yeah, I know. Complete mic drop moment, bro. You've destroyed the stream. Happy birthday to you.
we'll go on, son. Make a wish.
Oh, but shouldn't we wait for Scotty? He said he'd make it.
I'm sorry, Barnaby. Scott's in Hawaii. He lied.
I wish for just one day Scott Morrison couldn't lie.
Morning, chumps. What's this I hear about you backflipping on electric vehicles? Yeah, big backflip on that one. Gotta win votes somehow. Wait, what did I just say?
Did he just tell me the truth?
Maybe my wish did come true.
Scott, what is
Who's
going
that?
on?
Who was that? Just then, the woman. What character is that? The left is funny. I laugh at them all of the time. So you don't even need memes. You can just laugh at them anyway.
I can't lie.
Well, good. Why don't you tell the class what's on?
I'm trying to prove myself to get to BB to get that sweet 7K. Good luck, man. You've been associated with this stream now. I don't think you can do that anymore. No chance. They ain't giving you 7K.
On your mind then?
I screwed up hotel quarantine, I botched the vaccine rollout, Net Zero was just about winning votes, and I cancelled the French sub deal because I wanted Boris and Biden to like me! Ah!
Oh, miss, Scott's telling the truth.
Well, maybe you could try it for once, Elbow.
I can't lie. Oh, what's the point of living if you can't lie?
So you really can't lie, huh?
I don't know what's wrong with me, Barnaby.
Well, when I blew out me candles last night, I made a wish.
You did this? You sneaky little beetroot!
Yeah, I don't care about you or Elbow lying to the public, but why do you have to lie to me?
Because I love lying. It's literally my favourite thing to do.
Oh, come on, Scott, it's just one day.
One day? Oh, thank God, I thought this was forever. I can handle one day. I just gotta stay here in the dunnies. Lock the doors, Barnaby.
Well.
If it isn't, scum off. French President Macron, what are you doing here? I'm just dropping off those subs, you Odell. Oh, Jesus, I thought they weren't supposed to be nuclear.
Okay, so again, for I guess the international audience, we had a deal with the French, like billions of dollars. And they were going to do the subs. Well, they were going to provide us with submarines. And then we kind of backed out. And there's this thing called AUKUS. And so now we're going to the British and the Americans to get our subs. And that really pissed off the French big time. Because it was obviously a boon for their industry. And we just backed out. We backed out big time. And it was really funny because we were listening to someone talk the other day and they were like, oh, we've got to follow through with AUKUS because, if we just back out of this AUKUS deal, then that looks bad on the world stage. And I was like, fucking hello? Are you serious? Can you not remember the reason that we're in AUKUS in the first place? Because we already backed out of a deal with the French and that pissed off them pretty hard. So I don't know where that logic comes from, to be honest, but whatever. So Macron there, eh? He's still dropping off the subs, eh? Anyone?
Oh no. Quick. Why do I cook so many curries? Jenny, there's no toilet paper. Jenny! Coke brown. Oh, great Scott!
Huh? Malcolm Turnbull, what are you doing here? You're a ghost?
Indeed. I've been a ghost ever since you stabbed me in the back.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
No, don't be. Life after office is bliss. You do know about the Prime Minister pension, don't you?
Yes, of course I do. It's the thing, what is it?
It's $300,000 a year for the rest of your life. Plus you get an office, staff, a driver, travel.
Travel? So I'll get $300K a year and free trips to Hawaii.
It's one big paid holiday, Scott.
Well, why am I trying so hard to win this election then?
You're trying? Oh dear.
So even if I lose, I still win.
Indeed, and you can join all of us ex-Prime Minister ghosts. I'll get the guys to pop their heads out. Johnny, Kevin!
Oh yeah, actually, speaking of heads popping out.
Oh, hello, Scott.
Well, if it isn't Scotty from marketing.
Sorry, fellas, I cooked up a Massa Man curry tonight that's giving me a bit of grief.
It is like South Parky in the sense that there's a lot of toilet humor stuff going on. They're definitely going that angle, but it definitely has that South Park vibe to it. That's for sure. Interesting, very interesting.
Oh no! Here, use this.
Is that money?
Taxpayer money.
That's what we all used to wipe our asses with.
Get used to it, mate. You'll be wiping with it for the rest of your life.
Oh my god, this feels great. Oh man, I can't wait not to be Prime Minister.
So we heard Rennick talking about this the other day in an afters session. I'm just gonna get the old research assistant out. I just want to fact check this one. I don't know why they would lie about it, but like, you know, I just want to see it. Rennick said it was going to be like for the politicians, I think generally it was going to be costing the taxpayers like hundreds of billions of dollars soon. But they changed that. Is it true that Australian prime ministers retire with an annual income of $300,000 a year plus additional benefits? That's partly true. So fence city these days, the research assistant. Yeah, it's kind of true. It depends on when the person entered parliament. Okay, so that's what Rennick was talking about. A bit of toilet humor. This show has 2 notes. They're both corrupt. Haha, poop funny. Fair enough. Well, like, yeah, I guess they are. They definitely got that one going. They're both corrupt, eh? Here's how it works for Parliament in Australia. So it depends on the year. Cases where the old pension scheme applies. Under the Parliamentary Contributions Superannuation Scheme, MPs, including those who become PM, who entered Parliament before 9th of October 2004, were eligible for the defined benefit pension of lifelong retirement entitlements. And for such eligible PMs, the pension is based on a percentage of the parliamentary allowance superannuation salary basis, plus top-ups for time served as Prime Minister or in other office holder roles. With long service and senior roles, this can yield a pension in the ballpark of $300,000 a year or more. For example, when former PM Tony Abbott left, reports indicated an annual pension of $307,000. That's fucking mental, isn't it? On top of that, eligible former PMs can receive various taxpayer-funded benefits, office facilities, staff, travel entitlements, domestic return flights, and other support dependent on what the current PM allocates. For someone who was elected before 2004 and built up sufficient service, the 300,000 plus benefit statement could be a reasonable approximation. Many future PMs won't get this scheme. The PSS defined benefit scheme was closed to new PMs after 2004. Instead, those PMs join a standard superannuation fund, like what many Australian workers have, which does not guarantee a lifetime payout of $300,000 a year. In other words, former PMs who entered Parliament after 2004 cannot assume they'll automatically receive Prime Minister pension of that magnitude. So it's not like wholly true. Like Scotty's not going to get it then. That means either would Kevin Rudd be getting that. But like, how did Abbott get 300,000? He wasn't prior to 2004. Oh, maybe it's when you join Parliament. Is the 2004 cutoff from when you become Prime Minister or when you join Parliament? From when you joined Parliament. Holy shit. Not when you became Prime Minister, of course. Wow. Isn't that interesting? Damn. If a PM entered Parliament before 9th of October 2004, they're covered by the old scheme. If they entered Parliament after, wow. Wow. That's mental. Remember back in the day, the little political cartoons in the paper? This is just a modern take on that appeal to my gen who grew up on South Park, Simpsons, etc. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. First, they are both corrupt and we're not. Yeah, right. Yeah, the majors are both corrupt and we're not. She's never done anything like that in her life. Good old teacher, Pauline Hanson. Never had dinner in Thailand with Gina Reinhardt. Hell no. Trust us. Yeah, let's update that comment, please. That's a good one. They're both corrupt and we're not. Trust us. And haha, poop funny. But like with Scott Morrison, it does make sense. The shit jokes. Like I'll pay for days his Engadine Macca's experience. I'll pay that. I've made fun of that in my content before. Why not?
All right, class. Let's all record a quick message for Australia Day and let people know how you'll be celebrating.
No, stop it! Well, I just bought the Aboriginal flag and a bunch of votes. So to celebrate, I'll be hanging out with me dog. Look at this little fella. Spotty from Barketing. Aren't I just adorable?
Yeah. Well, I've also got a dog because I'm just a regular old Australian bloke.
I'll be drinking and passed out on the Lord by 9 a.m.
Is that really how you're going to celebrate Australia Day?
Australia Day? I thought it was just a Wednesday.
Who's that? Who are they depicting there? Someone would know. I wonder if they have a character list here. It's not Lydia Thorpe, is it? I wonder. Oh, Jackie Lambie. Oh, interesting. I reckon they could do her voice better. I guess they're not really about voices, though.
Wednesday.
Well, we set off a few fireworks, that's for sure.
How dare you white privileged colonisers celebrate this day?
It's okay, Lydia. I'll take it from here.
Yes, Master Band.
How dare you white privileged colonisers? Yeah, me and Uncle Clive will probably...
Oh my god. I think a lot of Labour people think that One Nation voters are people not seeing what Pauline really is. They do. They just don't care anymore. Also, sure, make the poop joke about ScoMo, but don't make it the only joke you make. Fair enough.
Crack a few tinnies and chuck some lammy on the barbie.
Lambie? Don't you mean lamb?
Yeah, it's Uncle Clive's favourite, isn't it, mate?
Happy Australia Day, everyone. And remember, we are one people, one nation.
Happy Australia Day.
Happy Australia Day, folks.
It didn't come out on Australia Day either. How appalling. This is from 2022. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Let's keep this train moving then, shall we?
Settle down, you kids. I'm your substitute teacher today, John Barilaro.
Wow. Look who it is. I wonder if FJ has seen this episode.
John Barilamo. Shut your mouth. Don't make me call the anti-terrorism unit, old man. All right. Today I'm going to teach you my favourite subject. Pork barreling.
Pork barrel? Sounds delicious.
Yeah, it is, big boy. Nothing's more tasty than misspending public money for your own personal political gain. All right, let me explain. Let's just say the government's got like 50 million bucks for some stupid program like, I don't know, community development or whatever. You don't just give that money out fairly or equally. You want to funnel that money into electorates that you currently hold or you want to win, yeah? It keeps us safe, electorates safe, swings marginal seats your way, and punishes opposition seats for not voting with you, you understand? Yeah, I don't know, John. Sounds illegal. It's not illegal. It's just frowned upon. You say that again and I'll sue you for defamation, fool. Now, who wants to give some examples
They're
of...
paying service to the whole thing, the whole YouTube saga. That's crazy. I think this cartoon would educate kids more about the political system than school does. That's why I was like, oh, I thought this was just going to be ripping on politicians the whole time, but they're trying to educate us as well. They're trying to teach us stuff. Get them. To be fair, ScoMo is pretty one-dimensional character.
When you've pork barreled. Come on, don't be shy. Scotty, how about you?
Pork barreling? No, not me. No way.
What are you talking about? What about the seat of Dixon getting 43 million bucks when the Labor seat of Lily only gets 1 million? What do you call that?
Well, I'd call that having a bloody good local member. Isn't that right, Pete?
I'm a man of the people.
Oh, sit down, buffhead. That's clearly pork barreling. What an absolute rort.
Oh, come on, Elbow. You guys have done it too. What about that $800 million community infrastructure program, huh?
Oh, no, John. There was a rigorous application process. It's just pure coincidence that most of that money went to Labor seats.
Why are you not admitting to pork barreling? You should be proud of it, like me. My nickname is Pork Barrelaro. You guys are so stupid.
Look, we're not stupid, all right? We know what pork barreling is. Yeah, and we can't just go around telling everyone, John. So I'd suggest keeping your mouth shut.
Go on, run, piggy, run!
What's like the irony of this is that like this is the guy that silences people himself for not keeping their mouths shut. It's very. I wonder if they're playing on that irony. It's not illegal. It's just frowned upon. Oh, apparently.
No one bites the dust, eh, Bob?
It's like shooting pork in a barrel.
Savage, bro. Oh my god. Wow. So yeah, that's for like, people that don't understand the context, I guess. John Barilaro is a state level politician. And yeah, he's been accused of pork barreling. So they explain the concept, but you know, he's also been involved in defamation lawsuits with people that criticize him. And so like they're making fun of that. I can't believe they're paying homage to that whole saga. That's very interesting. Imagine if Pauline got Trump to Truth Social an episode of this. Let's be accelerationists. Yeah, wow.
All right, everyone, it's time for lunch, but because it's raining, you're going to have to play inside, okay?
Oh, hey, Miss, you want to play?
What game's this?
Oh, this is called the Great Australian Dream. Yeah, it's just like Monopoly, but it takes way longer.
All right, I'll play.
Oh, nice one, miss. You've landed on an empty block. Now you can choose to put a house and land on it, or it'll go to auction.
All right, how much is it to buy?
Well, the house and land is $375,000.
Okay, that sounds affordable.
Yeah, plus GST, stamp duty, land tax, development fees, permit costs, infrastructure charges. The total cost will only be $750,000.
What? That's double the price.
Yeah, but don't fret about that, miss. You can always go to the bank and get a loan.
Well, that's right.
Is that true though? I don't know if that's an accurate description. That like land and the house cost $300,000 or $350,000, and then just double it to pay fees on like development costs and stamp duty. I don't know, man. Have these guys ever built a fucking house? Have they ever dealt with like purchasing property before? Or they just try to fearmonger that because of these, you know, establishment politicians here, you could have your house for half the price, but it's all those goddamn taxes. That's not accurate at all, man. Fuck me dead. Oh, what if the immigrant data Trump wants coincides with the movie release on January 26th, when the big marches will be on? Pauline and Gina could swing a deal. Just saying. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with that information. I still can't believe that. So what Dilemmas is talking about is the American, or the Trump administration has reached out to the American embassy in Australia and asked it to start collecting data within Australia, like the Australian population, to figure out crime statistics on the migrant population. And I think it's violent crime specifically, but like let's just like stick to crime statistics basically. They seem to be, for some reason, the American, well, not the American, let's just call it Trump's administration is seeking some type of, I don't know, ammunition, I guess you would say, to use against you know, migration in Western countries, in the Anglosphere, let's call it. And he's going to use that as some type of leverage in their culture war debates over migration to push people towards their Project 2025 end goal of ensuring Western or English-speaking countries move more to conservative politics, I guess. Then they can have more of a capture on things. I wonder what they're going to use it for. You know that we still don't have an ambassador here yet? Oh, really? Well, as in, like, you mean because the administration hasn't appointed one? Yeah. That's interesting. Still just an attaché. Interesting. I wonder what that's about. Wow. Still got a lot of things to do. The Trump administration. Not enough time. Definitely not enough time. Yeah, what does that say about our friendship? Yeah, savage, bro. Along with reform set to win next time, Trump's trying to build a Western ethno-state. My God. We were right all along. Like, what do you mean we were right all along? As in, like, they want to build a Western ethno-state? Yeah, that could be like, that's like the only reason that you would want to collect that data. That you're going to be using it in some type of massive propaganda campaign to split people in the culture wars.
I'm the banker and I'll lend you the $750,000 with just a 2.67% interest rate over 25 years. You'll only end up paying just over $1 million. Shall I get the paperwork?
Bloody hell. So the house and land is $375,000, but I'll end up paying $1 million for it?
Yeah, that's a bargain. Oh, congratulations, miss.
I'll just let it go to auction then.
All right, cool, no worries.
What's going on?
Oh, well, you see, when it goes to auction, Chinese investors just buy it for twice the market rate, and then they put apartments on it. It's pretty inevitable, miss, so we just skip the formalities.
My role.
Just this is some wild propaganda, this one. But like, if you're buying a house, they did use the word house, and usually a house denotes a detached style dwelling. So one where you have separation between your house and the next person's house. Then, you know, there's side boundaries, front boundaries, so a front yard and a backyard. And usually in areas where there are houses that exist, you don't just get to put in a fucking skyscraper or a residential flat building, as we would call it in New South Wales, under New South Wales legislation anyway. So, yes, don't get me wrong. There are, if you go to auction, there are people, developers, that will buy your property and they inflate the cost of housing incredibly because they want to develop your site. But like, if you're in a sea of houses, you can't just put a fucking, you know, a residential flat building amongst a sea of houses. It doesn't work like that. But, you know, I guess it's just part of the joke. That is not how it works at all. Actually, if you could just put residential flat buildings everywhere, then like that would change the housing game ridiculously. Like, could you imagine, like, if you know anything about like Sydney's context, right? Basically everything north of the Parramatta River, like let's just look at the northern beaches, for example. You think you can put fucking skyscrapers there? You think you can put residential flat buildings up there of any reasonable scale? No. Those people are well off enough to protect their beautiful suburbs, their beautiful northern beaches, and they're not going to have any of that. You can't just buy shit and put residential flat buildings anywhere. Yeah. Even if you are developing it, you can't just do whatever you want. If you're lucky, you can put 2 houses on it. Most people will buy something and put a granny flat on it. The left will paint it as an ethno-state, clearly not being able to view it from any other lens other than racism. Okay, so you were being sarcastic then when you were saying he's trying to build an ethno-state. Fair enough.
All right, I'm calling an election. Oh, yes!
Wait, what's going on here?
Oh, well, you see, miss, when an election's called, the government token is up for grabs. So the banker gives me and Scotty money to make sure that the game keeps going.
Well, what if I win the government token?
Oh, miss, no, only me and Scott can win the government token. That's the rules.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Where's the rule book?
The rule book? No, there isn't one. We make the rules.
So this game is rigged, so only you, Elbow, and the bank can win.
Yep. Now you're getting it, miss.
The game is rigged. Hey, there we go. Hey, they got some interesting themes, like tropes. They've hit them all. Hey.
Fun, isn't it?
No, it's not. I don't like this game you're playing at all. I'm sick of it.
Oh, who are we going to play with now?
No, for the last time, Clive, you can't play. It's no fun with you. Oh, get out of here, you stupid billionaire!
Well, like, that was a problem for One Nation, right? Like, Clive did steal a lot of the limelight from One Nation. I guess, is that a fair assessment for the Australians that might be listening to this? Stealing her thunder.
It's the COVID-19 Political Dodgeball Grand Final, proudly brought to you by China and the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Let's take a look at the home team. For the Feds, Josh Frydenberg. The Beetroo, Barnaby Joyce. Greg Yorick Hunt. Elbow. And of course, team captain and responsibility dodgeball extraordinaire Scott ScoMo Morrison. And they're going to have their work cut out for them tonight as they take on the state premiers. Mark Gollum McGowan. Gladys, I don't recall Berejiklian. The Marshmallows, Steve Marshall. Anastasia, the Chook Palaszczuk. And of course, team captain Dan, the Dictator Andrews.
All right, ready to go? Lock it down!
Oh, and the Dictator is immediately called a hard lockdown, a tenacious defence, but how long can it last?
Oi, Gladys, here comes the Ruby Princess!
Oh, and Berejiklian just somehow dodged it and launching some of her own back at the Feds. Oh, but have a look at ScoMo, he's dodging them left, right and centre.
Bushfires, vaccine, JobKeeper, Grace Tame, Djokovic.
He has this unique ability to not just dodge, but to launch them straight back. He's truly a master. Oh no, Berejiklian's dropped the ball. What's ICAC going to say about this? Oh, and before an official decision, she's walking. She knew it. She knew she was out. Hang on now, what's Palaszczuk doing? Oh, she's laid an egg. Oh, she's launching him straight at Greg Hunt. Oh, and he's retired. He's just called it quits.
This is much better than The Block or Married at First Sight. We don't even have Neighbours anymore. Yeah, like, this is the pinnacle of Australian TV now. Like, what do people actually watch on TV these days? Right? They can't watch anything of substance. I guess people use it to watch sport. Maybe some current affairs. How true are these cartoons? Scary but funny at the same time. Interesting. Oh my god.
Fair enough, why risk egg on your face when you can go out and enjoy that minister retirement package, eh? Oh, and just before the halftime break, Palaszczuk's flown off to Japan. Who knew chickens could fly? And now giving commentary from the sidelines.
But apparently, Neighbours is over. Do you guys get Neighbours there as well? Wow. Eh? As far as Aussie comedic experts goes, this is top tier. Factual content, I care not. This makes me proud to be Australian. Yeah, it doesn't need to be factual, I guess. But, like, you know, some of the best humor is, you know, it's based in truth, right? Unfortunate truths. Sports ball. Yeah, and Home and Away. Classic. Australian exports. Home and Away. Wow. You know what? I really wouldn't know, to be honest. Let me check with my fucking research assistant for you. Let's see if Dilemmas is telling the truth. Shall we fact check Dilemmas? Is Neighbours, the Australian TV show, still in production? No. Neighbours, the Australian soap, is not still in production. show's most recent revival after being picked up by Amazon Prime will conclude by July 2025. The final episode launched in December. After that, at least for now, the show is being rested. Oh, so it's still going. It is still going, but it's not going any further. Amazon Prime has dropped it. That's crazy. It's crazy. For any of you not understanding what we're talking about, there's a TV show called Neighbours, or there was. And I'm pretty sure Neighbours gave us Kylie Minogue, right? Like, she was on Neighbours at some point.
Joined by Kevin Ruddy. Yeah, thanks. I'm here with State Daddy Mark McGowan. How is it out there, Mark?
It's really tough. It's really hard out there.
Yeah, nice. Really tough.
Well, there you have it. And while
Yeah, boy, I eat fact checks for breakfast. I don't think we've ever fact checked someone in the comment section before. You might be the first, Dilemmas. And they finally, Amazon Prime has put it down. They put it down.
I've got you, just a quick update on Dan Andrews. During the break, he apparently has fallen down the stairs. It's nothing to worry about, despite what the Murdoch media is reporting. He's going to be coming out swinging for sure. Thanks, Kevin. All right, well, that's half-time here at the COVID-19 Political Dodgeball Grand Final. But don't go anywhere, folks. They're going to be playing this ridiculous game for a very, very long time.
Come on, man. Hey? Like, they've got all the big politicians in there. I'm sure we could insert some Pauline just for some laughs as well. Hey?
All right, class. As you know, last week's lesson.
And, like, how's the depiction of Pauline as well? Like, the woman is fucking... She's in her 70s. Like, hello. Like, they're making it look like a, I don't know, what, like a 40-year-old here or something like that. Maybe it'd be more accurate if they put her under a burqa. She probably would like that more, I'd say.
Lesson was cancelled, but we're back again this week. And today, we're going to have a good old-fashioned debate. Follow me to the debate hall.
Oh, no. Look.
Not so fast! This debate is cancelled.
Says who?
Us, the keyboard warriors!
So good. Keyboard warriors. Oh my god, I was wondering where this was going. Gave us Margot Robbie. She played a crazy high school stalker. I remember it well. Watching Wolf of Wall Street was like closing a circle.
I've just put out a tweet.
Retweeted! I've reported the debate for disinformation!
It is officially cancelled.
Ah, damn it. I was looking forward to that debate.
Oh, were you now?
I have just found a photo of Matt Canavan wearing blackface.
Hang on now, I was just dressed up as a coal miner.
Doesn't matter, this is the narrative now.
That is so offensive! That hurt my feelings!
What do we do?
Oh, I'm scared, guys. Maybe we just do whatever they want.
Keyboard warriors, just tell us what you want and we'll do it.
Apologise.
For what? Everything that's ever happened, consider it done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Apologize for everything that's ever happened. Oh my god. Wow. What are we up to? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, this one's pretty funny.
Sorry too! Not good enough!
Whoa, what are you writing? Stop tweeting. We were just gonna have a debate.
Nope, not allowed. It's too dangerous. You might spread disinformation in there.
No, we'll just Google it, mate. How dare you use the M word? The M word? What? Mate?
Again!
I'm offended.
Gendered language, gendered language,
Gendered language, gendered language.
Is that is that fair income? Is it offensive to use the word mate? Can somebody fact check that one for me? Has anyone ever come across that? Or is this like an extreme, like, this is where it could go? Watch out, with all those wokies around, you won't be able to say the word mate anymore. I wonder if that's legitimate. If anyone's called out someone for using the word mate. Or if they've got some artistic license here. Oh, it's a farcical thing. Okay. Interesting. No, it's farcical. I'm not your mate. Yeah. There's a really funny meme that used to circulate back in the day. This guy, he's wearing like flannelette, and he's got a mullet. And it's like Aussies, and it's calls cunts mate and calls mates cunt. And like, you know, I guess you have to be Australian to get that one. Mate is patriarchal. Oh, hey, there you go. What do they describe it as? They said, no, you can't use mate. That's gendered language. It's like how they think people are actually offended by calling a group of people guys. It's not a thing. Yeah, right. This is like Demolition Man. Fined 1 credit for violation of community morality statute. Oh, I still haven't watched that yet. I've downloaded it. I mean, I have acquired it. I haven't watched it yet. All right. Back to the keyboard warriors. Eh? Interesting.
Guys, that's enough.
I am not a guy.
How dare you talk to a woman
Oh,
like
they did your thing, Indoctrinathan. They did it.
that?
Guys, that's enough.
I am not a guy.
How dare you talk to a woman like that? That's hate speech!
Why would you say something so mean and nasty, you ugly hag?
I'm not intimidated by you, and you're not going to prevent us from having a debate. Don't worry about them. All they do is invent problems and inspire outrage.
So what do we do now?
It's easy. Just ignore them.
Hey, you can't just walk right past us.
Yeah, we control the narrative.
What do we do now?
I guess I'll go back to playing Wordle.
The keyboard warriors. Oh my god. Why not? Eh? Why the fuck not? All the classic tropes, right? This will push you away from those progressives, evil progressives, and the major parties. This is the playbook.
All right, class. As we head into the final week of lessons, I thought we should watch some of the political ads that you've been making.
Oh, I'm first, me!
Hi, I'm Anthony Albanese, and I'm a leader. That's right, I'm in charge, and I'm definitely a leader. I have a vision for Australia that's not just about the next year, it's about the next 3 years. And hey, I might not be able to remember vital statistics or give any detail on my policies, but what I can do is,
Oh, elbow cut! Duh, just read the script.
oh yep, sorry Penny, oh, sorry. Vote for me, please.
All right, next up is Bob.
Yeah, well, I'm Bob Catter. And I'm not like other politicians, right? Instead of kissing babies, I'm arming them.
G'day, it's me, your best mate, ScoMo. And I know my way around the government like I know my way around a kitchen. And unlike that bloke that's trying to pinch me job, I'm a family man, happily married. Isn't that right, Jenny? Yes. Is this chicken even cooked? Medium rare, just the way you like it. ScoMo, better the devil you know, right?
The chicken, eh? Medium rare, anyone? Eh?
Oh, well done, ScoMo, yes!
So, like, do you reckon that's like an attack on people that are potentially halfway between the camp of the coalition or the Liberals and One Nation? Like,
Better the devil you know.
better the devil you know? Like, would you keep voting for the Liberals? Don't you think it's time to come to One Nation now? Don't you think it's time? Aren't you ready to make the full transition?
Right? Oh, well done, ScoMo, yes! What a masterpiece. What do we want? Change. When do we want it? Immediately. What exactly are we going to do? We don't know. How are we going to pay for it? No idea. This election, vote Greens. Because if you don't, you're a disgusting human being and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, g'day, it's me and Uncle Clive here for the United Australia Party.
I think we've all seen enough of those.
No, I haven't had a chance. Have you finished it? Did you end up reading the Chinese article from yesterday? No, not yet. Oh, if you are watching this on YouTube, by the way, please hit the like button. Helps with the search and discovery. Better the devil you know is why Albo beat Dutton. Interesting. You reckon? I thought it was Dutton who beat Dutton, as they say.
Ads. Right. None of you helped voters make an informed decision or spoke about the issues that are facing our country.
Oh, come on, miss. Show us one of yours then. Yeah, show us one of yours, miss. Go on. Yeah.
Okay, here's one of mine. Hey, what's going on?
We're shutting this down.
What for?
It's not authorised properly or something, whatever.
Ah, here it is. So when she tries to do her thing, she gets shut down by the AEC. It's like we're experiencing similar stuff at the moment, right? She's getting shut out of the Senate for trying to use her position as a political figure to make a political statement. Eh? She's prescient. You got to give her that. She knows.
Oi! I think it's time for someone else to have a go on the playground. Fat chance. It's my turn, ScoMo. Step aside. And what, you think you're going to kick us out? Yes, I do. With a little help from my friends. Labour, the Greens, the unions, and the...
Do you think that, like... Oh, Teals, I guess. Interesting. Albo didn't win. Dutton lost. He was unelectable. If Pauline could run, One Nation are really pushing in the SA election. Yeah, I guess time will tell, right? Because from what I understood is like the One Nation didn't do very well. Or as well as they thought they were, or they were hoping to do in the last election. And like Dutton killed himself, right? Love Pauline, says Connie Philippou. Well, you're going to love this series. I don't know if you've ever watched this before, Connie, but this is it. So is that a thing? Is that what they're arguing here? Do the Greens preference Labour? I wonder if that's a thing. Very briefly, can you confirm in the last Australian federal election, did the Greens preference Labour? What is One Nation policy-wise? Good fucking question. I'll let Dilemmas answer that for you. I don't know if they... You know what? Fucking... Let's find out, actually. Let's go to their page. I think they're just like, you know, perennially opposition-style party. So, like, their job is being contradictory to whatever is happening. Not actually, like, you know, leading. Latest news, upcoming events, featured videos, so good. Balancing priorities. I don't know. How do you get access to their policies? I guess that's not really important, having your policies up front. Who we are? Yeah, here we go. Policies. Just have to know where to look. Reduce alcohol excise in pubs. That's so good. It should be looking to control the Senate if possible, but the grassroots is growing. Income splitting for couples to reduce tax. Cut a bunch of other departments. So it's like reduce taxes and cut government departments. I don't want to be the guy, that guy. Common sense policies. Family tax policy. Good question, actually. Let's have a look. So this is the joint income tax filing allows couples with at least one dependent child to add their income together, then split the total between them. I'm pretty sure this already exists. This will encourage parents to look after their own children and reduce the cost of government in childcare. Slash government waste. Hey, we're going to get in Doge. That's all we need. The Department of Government Efficiency. One Nation is committed to slashing wasteful government, the Department of Government Efficiency, spending and implementing significant budget savings of up to $90 billion a year. Just go after all those MPs. Hey? Retrospectively take away their benefits. These savings will be achieved through targeted reforms and streamlined operations to eliminate inefficiencies and redirect funds where most needed. Abolish the Department of Climate Change. Bang. There it is. Okay. It's not culture warrior-esque at all. Abolish the National Indigenous Agency. Streamlining federal functions. Reforming National Disability Insurance Scheme, restructuring global and multicultural funding, withdrawal from international agreements and organizations such as United Nations. Withdrawing from the United Nations. That's fucking mental. Oh my God. That's crazy. Send it. The World Health Organization, the Paris Agreement, of course. Saving up to $1 billion a year, integrating healthcare oversight, abolish the Therapeutic Goods Administration, TGA, and roll its essential functions into the Department of Health, review $3 billion worth of medications approved under the PBS during the pandemic. What, like taking medicines away? Interesting. Debt reduction and national infrastructure. Use some of the savings to reduce federal debt. Pretty neoliberal. Which is expected to accrue interest costs of $50 billion annually by 20. Interesting. How about just print some money to pay off the debt and then use the savings for more government spending without taking it from private entities? Prioritize investments in nation-building projects such as I can get behind that. Dams, railways, and port upgrades to stimulate long-term economic growth. I'm down with that. End the gas rot. There's one for you, Dilemmas. We'll end the rot on natural gas by levying royalties at the point of production, creating a domestic gas reserve, raising up to $13 billion a year. Interesting. Why not do that to coal and iron ore as well then? Why just gas? Eh? I wonder. Neoliberal or Aussie sovereignty. The drug thing is for things like ivermectin during COVID, etc. Okay. No, the neoliberal thing is just like reduce government spending. That's all. Because that's, pretty much what got us here in the... there's a free speech policy. Free speech is a fundamental right. You know what it's actually insured by, which is fucking hilarious? Freedom of expression is insured by our participation in the UN. Outside of our participation in the UN, there is no real mechanisms to uphold that fundamental right, because it's not in our constitution. We don't have a Bill of Rights. That's funny. Our party believes that it should be enshrined in the constitution. Yeah, it's not. So you need to have a revolution first and change the constitution before you opt out of the UN. Free expression and the rights of Australians to speak their minds without fear. One Nation is the only party to have held a free speech conference this term and has led nationwide protests against government intrusion on this essential right. Really? Fuck. It would be nice to go to the free speech conference, don't you reckon? Gas is on the decline internationally, apparently. Got to jump on it while you still can, right? Probably why there's probably no one that lobbies her that cares then. That's why it's easy pickings. Like I said, what about coal and iron ore? There's always demand for cheap energy since we know the markets are manipulated. We will push for constitutional protection of free speech and work to repeal any laws or governments bodies that restrict it. It's pretty, it's idealistic. That's fine. It's pretty vague though. Fair enough. At least she's got a free speech policy. Australian jobs and infrastructure. Everybody gets a fish and chip shop. You get a fish and chip shop. One Nation supports jobs for Australians first and foremost. In an effort to bolster homegrown tradesmen and women, One Nation will increase. That's just fucking woke rubbish. Hey? Isn't it? Tradesmen and women? Woke rubbish. One Nation will increase its national apprenticeship scheme whereby first-year apprentices receive 75% wage subsidy, followed by 50% second year, final 25% in their third term. The release of this program in 2019 was taken up with 3 weeks of regional businesses. Within 3 weeks by regional businesses. Interesting. We support jobs. New housing. Punters Politics raised $75K to hire their own lobbyist. That's interesting. One Nation plans to introduce a 5-year moratorium on charging GST on building materials to help reduce the cost of new housing and support the construction industry. That's such a it's such a veiled handout to the developers out there. I wonder how many people that support her are fucking like property developers. Like, why would you do GST on building materials? Honestly, that's bullshit. To support the construction industry? Come on, man. Just divert money from GST to helping people buy houses. If you want to do it on the market, support the families directly. Don't support the fucking construction industry. Or don't give them a tax break. Like, come on. That first year of being mature age apprentice was bloody tough, especially with a cracky boss. Fair enough. Remember what Jerry Poppins told us the other day about the large scale construction companies using the funding schemes and stuff like that, and taking on apprentices and just using them as cheap labor, not really teaching them anything, and then just letting them go after a while. That's like some crazy, cheap labor exploitation right there. And capitalism's going to capitalism. It just keeps going. You want more houses? That's what it's going to take. The government can't do construction while non-experts are in charge. Bro, you don't need to be an expert to fucking build a house. I'm sorry. It's not fucking rocket science. Government could easily build houses, and they do it anyway. It does happen. That's not what it takes. Letting developers who have caused the housing crisis get off with paying no GST is not going to fix the housing crisis. I'm sorry. It's just a fallacy. That's just giving them a tax break so they can produce more houses, sell them for the same price, which adds to the stress. It's not rocket science, it's structural engineering. Yeah, but it's like completely standardized structural engineering. They're complete construction standards out there. You don't even have to use any of your own understanding of structural engineering. It's all being completely standardized. It's actually harder to kind of go away from the construction code than anything. TAFE was awesome. I learned more from his old man, not the actual guy that was supposed to teach me. Yeah, no, it's not technical engineering. It's pretty simple. Yeah. I don't think government needs to have some type of knowledge base to be able to roll this stuff out. When's the next election? Could make videos on fact checking their policies. I guess you could, couldn't you? I don't know when the next election is. Like, we really only had one last year. So we won't be hearing about it for a few more years. But increasing the supply lowers demand, lowering prices. But that's the thing, though. It doesn't. Like, these developers have been building, and they've been building a lot. what actually happens is there are a lot of developers out there that land bank and constrain supply, and artificially warp the market to keep the prices up. Like, you think when you give like developers the opportunity to like wipe out like a whole bunch of rural land that is used for agriculture, like food basin stuff. Like what happens in Sydney all the time is we wipe out our food basin and give developers like the opportunity to build as many fucking houses as they can, and then they continue to sell them at top market value. It doesn't bring the cost down. They still want a return. They need at least a 20% return on their development projects. They need that, and so like they will continually go and sell things at whatever price allows them to get that 20% projection, if not more. And so like they're never going to sell under that because it's not worth their time. So like giving them the incentive just to build more, it hasn't brought down prices up until this point. So I think it is like, in our market at the moment anyway, in Australia, it might not work everywhere, but in Australia, giving them license to build more doesn't bring the price down, because they'll just sell it at whatever, again, gives them that 20% margin. Private builders are incentivized to finish early to lower costs. The government is incentivized to take longer. Again, I don't know if that's like just like a law of the universe, or it's just this neoliberal indoctrination that we've had, that government is incentivized to take longer. Government is just not as good as private industry. Like, let's move out of Australia. Like, look at China. They do pretty well with the government planning and the rollout, controlling the private sector. Industry controlled scarcity is a thing. It's definitely a thing. And the thing in Australia, which we're going to learn about later, potentially if we get there. The government does the same thing when they build wind farms. It's almost two roads in the same destination, depends on how you get there. Yeah, I just don't agree with that brainwashed kind of, oh, government just slow, private sector so much better. Then if government is taking charge of building housing, they have to slow migration to allow time to build them. I don't care which way they go, but they have to pick one. That's the thing. Like, do they have to pick one? Like, what we've got as a situation at the moment is there's a large body of people out there believe that mass migration is causing a pressure on housing, and the private sector is in charge of housing supply, and it's not working. And so like, if the government was to take over housing supply, would you still have the same problems or pressures on the housing market under the phenomenon of mass migration? I don't think that is a given. I don't think that's a given at all. Anton's back in the house. Taxes are a payment to the loans coming in. Not having GST being taken out. Not having GST being taken out would mean more money in the system, which drives up prices more. Price is an indication of money supply, and less she is cutting down on spending, then she is going to increase inflation more. Unless she is cutting down on spending, then she's increasing inflation more. That's the modern monetary thing that we were discussing the other day. Like, if you take away the GST kind of thing, then there's going to be more money chasing less goods in that market. And so, like, again, that'll push up the prices. It's an interesting concept how modern monetary theory thinks about this. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, timber costs have risen more than 200%. Electrical materials have risen 200%. Plumbing materials and fixtures. Yeah, it's crazy. You know what you should do? You should go and fucking cut a deal with China, because that's where it all fucking comes from. Immigration is a lever the government could flick tomorrow to relieve pressure in the market, but they choose not to. That's the issue. I'm okay with social housing, but only for Australians. Again, and like I still hold to this after like speaking to people at March for Australia. Like if you flicked off the switch tomorrow, do you think that all of a sudden like the housing crisis would just go away? Like even in a few months, do you think the housing crisis would just disappear because they flicked off migration? That's the thing. I don't think the two are directly. I'm not saying that, you know, migration doesn't have an impact on housing supply and people getting into housing and all that sort of stuff. But I think there are factors well beyond just the number of people here that we are just not privy to. And I think developers are a big fucking problem there. Like they do constrain supply. They do artificially warp market prices as well for their own benefit. And like, you know, I would blame them before I would blame market forces before I would blame humans who are just looking for a place to live. What about Australians married to immigrants? Did they get a social home in this scenario? No, apparently not. No, they can't live in the house. You can be on the front porch, but you can't come inside. Oh, what's this? Via Australia 5388. Calling Hanson far right is the biggest lie. We're not really calling her far right exactly. This is just the segment. The Friday segment is called Far Right Fridays. So don't take offense. Don't take it too hard too much. It's just the name of the segment. Either can be opened or restricted to increase the level of the lake. I think the best way to look at it is that we are the lake. The river coming in is all the lending that goes in, and taxes and repayments to loans are getting the river going out. Either can be opened or restricted to increase the level of the lake. Yeah, right. Or lower the GST in building materials to incentivize with private and government building. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Yeah, fair enough. But I still don't think it's the taxation policy that like is the key to this, is the silver bullet. I think it's just like, honestly, man, like we've been watching the cartoon, right? And her miniseries, and it's all, you know, politicians and all that sort of stuff. They're all corrupt and they're on the take. And she's just this nice teacher in the room that's not on the take as well. She'd know a number of developer friends. She'd have a number of developers that are in her sphere of influence and in her like little circles. And they would be like, yeah, Pauline, you know, fucking reduce the GST. We would be a big fan of that. Like, I'm sure that's not just her idea. I'm sure it's coming from people that would benefit from that. How would you get them to lower prices? Either they have lower prices or increase wages of the workforce. How do you get them to lower prices? You compete with them on the market. I think, like, this is my theory on housing. In a capitalist system, like, again, I'm not one for humanizing capitalism, but if you really twisted my arm and you wanted a solution to this problem, is capitalism works nicely. There's a sweet spot for capitalism. There's a Goldilocks zone. And it's when competition is actually working. And competition doesn't work in the free market because, like, you just have, in the case of housing, greedy developers who kind of warp it. Now you have your small scale developers out there. They kind of just try to make their way. But, like, you know, the larger developers do influence the market trends massively and they destroy things. And so, like, you have to bring in artificial competition to make the housing market work. And so for every house that's built by developers, you build a house like through government, public housing, off the market completely, and then that will reduce the demand and the pressure on the market. You got to release the pressure on the market. And so then, like, people will be able to find housing on or off the market, and then that will reduce cost of housing like on the market. But, like, turning to the market to solve an issue that the market created, like turning to the housing market and being like, well, there's a housing crisis. Quickly, we better do something in the market to fix a market problem. It's fucking insane. It's absolutely insane. And so like little tricks here and there are just tricks, and like they won't do anything. Lower GST won't like doing anything. Giving tax breaks won't do anything. Allowing them to build higher and larger, it hasn't done anything yet. We've been doing this for like 30 years now. This exact policy of just allow them to do whatever they want, increase the supply, and it's gotten fucking worse. It's gotten much worse. Lower GST by cutting departments. They claim to have done the cost analysis or whatever the term is. Yeah, they probably have. The only way price can come down is if there is a housing crisis. Sorry, are you serious? You don't think migration and housing crisis are linked? Not directly, no. I think migration obviously puts pressure on housing supply or demand, but it's not linked, no. Not directly. Not like the only thing that has caused this housing crisis is migration. Like that's crazy. That's absolutely mental. Migration and housing are definitely linked. Pauline is moderate, right? You're right, Antoine. To be one problem at a time. We have some means of power first. Chat's lighting up. Hit the like button. Shout out Discord. Matt Bond in the house. I have arrived. Yeah, look, if you're interested in this stream, yeah, do hit the like button. But like, if you're interested in all this sort of stuff, here is an invitation to our Discord community. Go and drop your propaganda there and tell me all your knowledge about the housing sector and how you're going to fix the housing sector. I'd like to know. I'd like to know. The rising house prices is also a result of properties being considered a financial investment as part of portfolios. Universities should burden more costs of accommodating overseas students also. Yeah, there are many there's many market factors that I think are a real pressure here. It's financial assets, the neoliberal model, making housing an asset, not a place to live, but now part of your financial, your nest egg. It's a big problem. Well, it's a big factor. It's changed a lot of things. Taxes are only to remove money from society. We have to remember that. They pay for no current spending. Lower taxes and more debt sits in the market longer. The velocity of money slows down, but the interest is always being accrued. We need to move away from interest. You are trained to not understand the problem. You don't understand the players, their motivation, their strategies. I don't know, man. I'm pretty fucking trained in this. I used to specialize in it. Probably a lot more than yourself. But you are able to comment. Go for it. Matt Bond, I have arrived. Who is Bible talking to? Me, I guess. If 1% of the world wanted to come, that is 80 million people. Supply can never keep up with our population of builders. But the government could relieve the pressure by slowing legal migration. Australia can't support 80 million people. There, the government is to keep up demand for the 1%. It's the driest inhabited continent on Earth. ES is right. He's right for a dirty commie. Yeah, goddamn commies. Goddamn commies. All right, where else were we going with this policy stuff? Viper Optics. My sister-in-law migrated. My sister and sister-in-law migrated from China, and she owns like 5 investment properties in Melbourne and Sydney, and they are building a massive house in Sydney, pool and all. They come here cashed up for sure. Yeah, and that's a policy decision. You can change the market. See, this is a market issue. You can change policy decisions to ensure that the market isn't incentivized to do crazy shit like that. That's a market problem, not a migration issue. Just because this person came from China doesn't mean there's not Australians doing that own 5 investment properties and then build a house with a massive pool. Like, this is a market issue. You don't understand what I just said. Larp Jeff in the house. Children. Internet friend, how are you? Lecture this lefty on how the real world turns. Yeah, I need it. I need it hard. Being Aussie overlaps political difference. Anton, we as a society don't understand money. Not many know how it is created. Then get a job, so we are educated dumb. Vive Australia 538. Bible doesn't understand what he is trying to say. Other. Do it need to pull out the Shooter Williamson video about Aussie immigration again? I think I remember that reference actually of what you're talking about there. That's like the ethnic guy that was talking about is that the guy that's talking about housing and he's like talking about going to auctions and stuff like that? You are trained, paid to not understand the problem. Your reaction proved it. An open mind would ask why. A closed mind attacks to defend the lazy lies they protect. I don't know, man. They're not lazy lies. I spent a lot of time developing these lies. And so they're worth protecting. Like, if they were lazy lies, then fine. But, like, you know, I don't know if that was an attack. I thought we were having a good conversation. But if you feel attacked, if the shoe fits, then, you know, fair enough. I hope your feelings are okay. Bible, it was you that was attacking others by indicating they are not worthy of an opinion. Because apparently you're so trained and righteous, etc. All right. What's this? Is this the Shooter Williams one that you've just put in there? Let's have a look. Oh, this guy. Oh, okay. Why does it do that?
Now, what brings you to Australia?
My name is Abdullah. I'm from Syria. My whole family blew up from tank.
Okay.
I live under hot sun and shellfire for 5,000 days.
Yeah, right. I heard it's worse over in Syria now than it was in World War One. Is that a real fact? Is that true?
I need refuge in Australia.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll think about it. Okay? We can put you on an island off the coast and just get you showered up. And you want to do that?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you showered up for a couple of years. All right?
Okay.
And you, sir? Why do you want to come to Australia? I'm a Kiwi. I just wanted to come over to see what the Chinese food's like in Melbourne, you know. A bit sick of it over in Auckland, so... Also, maybe the butchers, maybe they're
Like
bigger
the subtle jokes about how they pronounce words. He's sick of it.
population. There might be slightly better butchers. I don't know. Get the hell in there, you adorable little scamp with that funny little accent. You better get on some scaffolding and build some stuff while you're here. You bet you I will. Get in there.
Hey, what the...
Now, what brings you to Australia?
Hey, what the fuck? LOL, Trent from Punchy. Everyone is offended these days. Butchers? Yeah, I know. Is that how you speak? Is that how they speak? Do they say that? LOL, you sanctimonious piece of shit, mystery. I know. Like I said, I've worked a long time on my lies. They're not lazy. So just give me the benefit of the doubt. As long as your money is devalued via inflation, people will always look to park their cash in property. Once demand starts to reach available supply, they just bring in another 100k migrants. I stand with Pauline Hanson. Ban Islam from Australia. Ban Chinese ownership of property in Australia. There you go. Is that what she stands for? Let's just check that policy decision. Does she stand for banning Islam? Let's just check. Cost of living measures, citizen initiated referenda, climate. Oh, that'll be interesting. Family support, foreign ownership. She's got that one. She's got foreign ownership. Let's read foreign ownership then. But does she stand for banning Muslims? One Nation will pursue urgent reform to Australia's foreign investment rules by legislating a clear definition on national interest based on national security competition, tax, a character test, and any other impacts to Australia. Essential services include power, water, telecommunications, roadways, and ports would be off limits to foreign investors. So essential services, power, water, telecommunications, roadways, and ports would be off limits to foreign investors. With the crucial shortage in housing stock, we must stop the sale of property to non-residents and non-citizens. There it is. So she's protecting housing, or she would like to, from foreign investors. Well, let me just check the let's ban Muslims thing. Medical cannabis, multinational taxation, firearm ownership, COVID-19 policy, health, pro-life, fisheries, forestry. Nothing here about getting rid or banning Muslims from the country. Surprising as it may be to some people, I guess. Foreign ownership's covered though. Ban all foreign ownership of property, especially for New Zealanders. If there was a vote yes, LOL. FDI should be restructured. Burqa, not Islam. Foreigners should not be able to buy up Australia. I'm waiting for the penny to drop when E realizes she's not what they say she is. No, but that was a comment from, like, in the stream. Somebody said that Pauline Hanson wants to ban Islam from Australia. So I was just checking to see if that was actually a policy point here. It doesn't look like it's actually a policy point for her. If anything, she's all for freedom of expression. And, like, religious rights are supposed to be freedoms too, I guess. I think most working men want a ban of foreign investors owning essential infrastructure, eh? Yeah, most probably. I'm waiting for the penny to drop. No, I read that before. Matt Bond, let's not forget Muslims have been bouncing about Northern Australia since before the Brits left the Isles. Yeah, Dilemmas. Sorry, not Dilemmas. Dr. Nathan was watching an awesome documentary on this. And they helped massively open up the middle of Australia, apparently. I'm waiting for the day her and Barnaby announced their engagement as a couple in real life. Well, like, he's just formally resigned. That's the other thing that happened yesterday afternoon. Formally resigned. He's now an independent. I wonder if it's coming. Let me enjoy my win. Vindication. Apparently a good amount of Australians are buying a lot of property in NZ for investing / holiday homes. Savage. You should kick him out, bro. Get those Australians out of your market. They be mad. Matt Bond, you sound like a left vocal mouthpiece. That is untrue and you know it. Oh, really? You think that's not true? That's interesting. Like I said, there's some pretty good documentaries out there that document Muslims in the required skilled labor in the desert of Australia. Barnaby will take over leadership once Pauline leaves. This is the Aussie version of the Dems joining MAGA. Wow. NZ is 600% debt to GDP for total, while Australia's 300, and they are hurting. Yeah. All right. I don't know. Do you guys want to see more of her policy, or should we go back to the? Let's actually finish this episode off, shall we?
Oi! I think it's time for someone else to have a go on the playground. Fat chance. It's my turn, ScoMo. Step aside.
And what, you think you're going to kick us out?
Yes, I do, with a little help from my friends. Labor, the Greens, the Unions, and the Teal Independents. Sick 'em, Toto!
Bitch! Charge!
Good to see you're ahead in at least one poll.
I guess I'm just holding out for a late swing!
Oh, mamma mia!
Josh, a bit of help here?
So
yeah, I'm a bit...
Mamma mia? I wonder why they used that joke. So good.
Poured up here myself, Scotty! You can't beat me! I'm a bulldozer! Oh no, if only Dental was on Medicare.
Yes, they put that joke in. Does anyone remember that? I wonder if we can find that. I wonder if we can find that actually. So for our international audience, our Prime Minister took out a child when he was playing soccer. The media had a field day with this one, eh? Fucking bang! What a shot. That was a good shot too. Sucked in, kid. You got done by the PM. They didn't let that joke go to waste. I'm glad.
Okay.
So good.
Oh no, Barnaby, you've been hit.
What? No? Ah, how embarrassing.
You can't beat me, Albanese. You're too weak.
Yeah, well, you're just a big bully.
Huh. Have a look at your own party, Albo. You're all union thugs and bullies.
We're not bullies. We're morally superior. You know, my disabled mother once told me,
Oh, will you shut the f*** up about your disabled mum? Don't use her as a political pawn.
oh, so you suddenly respect women now?
I don't pretend the Labor Party hasn't got a rich history of sex pests too.
Yeah, well, at least we don't put clag all over our desks.
Well, we can't all afford Thai massages, mate.
Yeah, not with the costs you're living in, an interest rate at 0.35%.
Well, look who remembers the cash rate now.
What's going on?
Scotty and Albo punching on. It's some sort of weird metaphor.
Time's up, ScoMo. No one likes you anymore. It's over.
Oh, wouldn't rule me out just yet.
What are you doing? Praying for a miracle?
Oh, I'm not praying for a miracle. I'm performing one of my own.
Who do you reckon won?
Doesn't matter. I will be holding someone accountable for this mess.
Hey, it doesn't matter. The two parties, they're all the fucking same. It's all a mess. And Pauline's gonna hold them all accountable. Dun dun dun. There it is.
Scotty? Albo?
Battle of the Ballots. This is a classic. Well done, Pauline. I will be holding someone accountable for this mess. Dun dun dun. Oh man, we're so close to the end of season 1. We've done it. We've duked it out now for almost 2 hours. For 2 hours, we've almost made it through.
Previously on Pauline Hanson's Please Explain.
At the end of this term, there will be an election.
The government token is up for grabs.
Oh man, I can't wait not to be Prime Minister.
Oi! I think it's time for someone else to have a go on the playground.
Charge!
Time's up, ScoMo.
Oh, wouldn't rule me out just yet.
Honestly, a brilliant show though. Like this one, this is fucking hilarious. I'm glad that they keep on picking up on all the stupid shit that like the media loves, that when like, you know, they get on top of when politicians do something crazy. They're picking up on all of the jokes. Eh? ScoMo knocking over that kid. God, I've got to have watched that like 100 times. Are you guys having a separate conversation here? Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, separate conversation.
And now, the conclusion.
Oh, g'day guys. Yeah, it's me, Craig Kelly, next Prime Minister of Australia. Didn't see that coming, did ya?
No, I did it. Me. I'm the Prime Minister of Australia. I beat ScoMo.
Well, I think you mean we beat ScoMo.
Yes, we're all the Prime Minister now. Nope, I did it. All by myself. Me. 30% of Australia voted for me.
Oh, good one, Elbow. You bloody killed me. Now I'm an ex-Prime Minister ghost.
Yeah, well, it was time for a change, ScoMo. That's right. Get ready for some change, everyone. Hold on to your hats. Everything's about to change.
Oh, yeah, well done, Elbow. Look at this. Yeah, you've gotten rid of 3 gay guys, an Aboriginal, an Asian, a couple of Jews, and you've replaced them with a bunch of soccer mums.
We're all going for Shakira reports!
Well, looks like if we're going to have any chance at this next election, we're going to need a fresh face to lead this party into the future.
I'll do it!
Yep, sure. Anyone else? No? All right, Pete it is. Oh, Barnaby, I think I'm going to miss you most of all. Come here, my little beetroot. It's not your fault.
I know.
It's not your fault, Barnaby.
Yes, Scott, I know.
It's not your fault.
Of course it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
Get the off me.
Good boy. Well, I guess my work here is done. Don't worry about me. I'm going to a better place where I can finally rest in peace. And that's Honolulu. And don't bother calling me if there's a fire or a flood or a nuclear bomb. I'll be sipping pina coladas on the PM pension for the rest of my days.
What is Scott Morrison doing now as well? I wonder.
Why hasn't anything changed? It's been 2 weeks. Oh, yeah, well, yeah, change is coming, Monique. Yep, big change. I'm working on it right now. Just you wait.
Bowen is the president of the COP Climate Jerk Circle now. ScoMo got into weapons, etc. The PM never serves the people anymore. Yeah, because I saw him in some like hearing or there was like a special committee that had been put together on China in the US, and they were interviewing Scott Morrison in terms of like security relations in China and all that sort of stuff. So I wonder what his actual position is.
Big changes are on the way.
Yeah, aloha, douchebags.
Scotty, what are you doing here?
Nah, I think I might just stick around for a while, hang out on the back bench, cause a bit of trouble.
Who's going to be teaching us this term?
Well, with no one else here, I guess I better take charge. That's right, me, a real leader.
Not so fast. I'm not going anywhere. Now sit down.
Yep, oh, sorry, Miss Senator Hanson, sorry.
If you thought last term was tough, you ain't seen nothing yet. I'll be keeping you all in check, whether you like it or not. But first...
Ah, so that's the thing. So that's why she's the teacher, because she's in the Senate, keeping all of these guys in check. Right. She has the power of the Senate. I finally get it.
Let's take the roll. Bob Catter. Scott Morrison.
If Jesus was real, he wouldn't have made me how I am. Savage. Savage. All right. That's season 1. Now there are 2 more of these bad boys, and I don't know if I can stomach going through another 2 seasons of this. Like, you know, hilarious stuff though. Hilarious stuff. Right. Got to appreciate it for its comic value, if nothing else. Now, what was I going to ask before? I did ask a question. Yes, in the last federal election, Australian Greens formally recommended preferencing a Labor Party ahead of the Liberal National Coalition. Ah, okay, well, that's not much of a surprise, is it? And the teal... What would you call them? Candidates. Did they preference Labor over the coalition? Just do an episode as a starter of each after, the after starter, if you will. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Like, I don't mind sitting down and watching a whole thing of that, like, during a Far Right Friday. Like, why not? But yeah, we could do it a bit as an after. You see the light one day. You'll see the light one day, Dilemmas. God loves Pauline and you. When did your awakening happen, Jerry Poppins? When did you find the light? My God. Eh? It's so preachy all of a sudden. The flood was the younger Dryas incident. Jews are the descendants of the Atlanteans? Atlanteans? I'll fight everybody. What do we know about teal voter preference? According to the Australian National University ANU study, most voters who supported so-called teals were disaffected liberals. Can't assume a blanket teal Labor preference. Teal independents are a loose coalition of independents, not a formal party, so there's no consistent how to vote direction. Some teal MPs have comparable parliamentary voting agreements with the coalition. With Labor, especially on certain coalition. As a result, whether a given teal candidate or their supporters preference Labor or coalition can vary significantly from seat to seat. Okay. That's interesting. So it's not as cut and dry as the Teals, the Greens supported Labor and have brought them into power kind of thing. All right. All right, we are changing gears like heavily now. And there's a couple of things that I want to... I think this suits the far right theme much more. But there's a guy called Hugo Lennon. Lennon, not Lenin like Vladimir Lenin. Hugo Lennon. And yeah, he is... I don't know if he's associated with the NSN or not, but he's like I guess you would say, more appropriately far right than just calling anyone left, right of center far right. But he makes videos and content that I find on TikTok all the time associated with kind of, you know, the white Australia kind of theme, if you know what I mean. So this is him speaking about Joel. So Joel, if you know your NSN history, Joel Davies, so the guy that wears the Viper, the Pit Viper or the Viper Sunnies from the NSN, so the National Socialist Network, the neo-Nazi Joel, he was arrested this time last week, actually, on particular grounds. We'll get into that. But this guy... His channel is called, or his page is called Ozpill. So he goes around like Ozpilling everyone. And so yeah, his name is Hugo. Now Hugo over here has very particular affiliations. I wouldn't really call him working class at all, but he's definitely, you know, white Australia kind of stuff. And like he's given a take on the problem of arresting Joel Davis. So let's have a look. So like I said, the neo-Nazi Joel Davis, we've been covering him on Far Right Fridays and stuff like that. He's been taken into custody. He's been denied bail as well. He was picked up in Bondi, I think. So let's see what Hugo has to say. I'm not sure if you've come across Hugo before, but he seems to be kind of one of the important mouth pieces. He's up there with Cottrell, is it Joel Cottrell, and Davies and Thomas Sewell and all that sort of stuff. But like, here's some Far Right Fridays for you.
Australia is going full blown.
All right, I can't hear that fucking at all. Give me a second. Hey, why is it so quiet? Let's see if you can hear that properly.
And just
No, it's so quiet.
destroying its democracy. So we've probably all seen to...
Damn, it's so quiet. It sucks. wonder if I can remedy that. No, I can't. No, you just have to turn your microphone up, your speakers up.
Seen today that Australia is going full-blown police state and just destroying its democracy. So we've probably all seen today that notorious Nazi Joel Davis was arrested and denied bail over a social media post. Now, where that case gets very interesting is Joel was charged by this new Australian Federal Police branch called the National Security Investigations. This is a branch that, on its inception, the AFP proudly declared would not be tackling violent offenders, would not be tackling crime. It would be attacking and disrupting people engaging in what they call disturbing behaviour.
So, a few things here. He's picking up on the fact that like Australia is under attack in terms of freedom of expression. And so there's some new laws. There's a new a national security investigations team that goes after basically right-wing people, as he's claiming. And it's like no one's safe because of that. He's filming this from his rich daddy's 5th or 6th investment property. Yeah, I know. This guy is from a family who are like multi-millionaires, like multi-millionaires. I think they've got family wealth in the order of like, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars. And like, you know, he's part of the problem. Like his family, they sit on, they basically hoard properties. And they close tens of thousands of properties off the market. Now, when people turn around and say like migration is a factor, of course, migration will put pressure on the housing market, but in the same way that anyone looking for a house would. Now, when you have pricks like this, whose you know father and grandfather are large-scale property developers who, like I said, they develop property, but they don't put it all on the market. They withhold like tens of thousands of properties from the market. Like just giving developers, you know, license to get away with paying taxes isn't going to be something that's just going to help the supply of housing when you have developers out there, pricks out there that can hoard properties to such a scale, like 30,000 properties or something at a time. Remember when he asked Kirk about Indians in America? Credit where credit is due. Is he filming? Yeah, okay. So I want to have a look at this and like fact check him. What's the National Security Investigations Team? The AFP has a National Security Investigations Team, and it is alleged that this unit trawls social media looking for people that are causing a harm to social cohesion. Can you elaborate on this AFP department and briefly explain if this function suits their objective? The AFP NSI manned an operation. The AFP recently announced that it stood up new NSI teams. So the NSI is the National Security Investigations Team, as of September 2025, operating in Sydney, Melbourne, Canberra under the Counter-Terrorism and Special Investigations Command. That's from the Australian Federal Police website. The stated purpose of the NSI team is to target groups and individuals causing high levels of harm to Australia's social cohesion. It's pretty amorphous kind of stuff, right? Including people or groups promoting hate, fear, humiliation, and violence. And to respond especially when harms fall short of terrorism, but still pose significant security risks. Their strategy includes four-pronged approach: national coordination, policy development, legislation, and policy action. Like, it's really unfortunate they have douchebags like this that they're able to like kind of test this type of legislation on and be like, see, you want to let Nazis do this stuff, do you? And you're like, well, no, but like, should you really be deciding on, hey, it falls short of terror, like as if terrorism legislation wasn't enough of an excuse to do crazy stuff. The state surveils us. The state uses a justification for war, imposing on people's basic civil liberties. And it's now they've been given a mandate for anything that falls short of the whole terrorism thing, but it still poses a risk. And this is from the Australian Federal Police's website. We'll have a look at it. And so what this guy's having a whinge on is that like him and his boys, the Lost Boys, are getting picked up by this shit now. It's an attack on his freedom. Like, he's not wrong. Like, it is an attack on your freedom. But like, it is some, scary territory stuff where they could get to decide, hey, it's not really terrorism, but like, it could be a problem for social cohesion. Now, if you know anything about when governments write, pieces, especially in legislation or some type of policy documentation, they put a word like social or community or like cohesion. Like, what do those things mean? Like, how do you actually even delineate closely or in any way, shape, or form what that sort of stuff means? It's really fucking obtruse stuff. Peace out, other electrical beings. Oh, Anton's gone. See you later. I'm sorry I missed that before. Is he filming from his... No, I read all of that. I bet his handshake is like holding a wet salmon. Like Candace Owens. LOL, freedom of speech being under threat. Yeah, look, it's a stretch. But like, it's crazy the type of stuff that they're bringing in at the moment. I'm in the Philippines right now, and my tiny village's indigenous community has the only community radio in the whole country. Is genuinely so risky to even play any of the culture's music. If we play music or advocate for local issues, we're labeled as communists, red tagged, and then the government has been known to send the Air Force to bomb and open fire us from helicopters with machine guns. That's fucking mental. There you go. Anyone notice our top spy, Mike Burgess, looks exactly like the kind of guy who would catch in a tree as a peeping Tom? Or is that just me? That's interesting. Jet, that's crazy. That's some crazy shit. All right. Definitely not on the scale of this. But like, still crazy shit nonetheless. I wonder why the sound is so shit. Might try this on another option. Let's see if I can get the sound better than that. I'm gonna open that with the VLC.
Australia is going full-blown police state and just destroying its democracy. So,
full-blown police state. Yeah, watch out, brother. Oh man, you're joking, are you? I can't get any lower than that. That sucks. Sucks about the size. It's really unfortunate. I have to get a different video player then. You guys can't see that at all. Too bad. I'm gonna have to go with the other one then.
Australia is going full-blown police state and just destroying its democracy. So we've probably all seen today that notorious Nazi Joel Davis was arrested and denied bail over a social media post. Now, where that case gets very interesting is Joel was charged by this new Australian Federal Police branch called the National Security Investigations. This is a branch that, on its inception, the AFP proudly declared would not be tackling violent offenders, would not be tackling crime. it would be attacking and disrupting people engaging in what they call disturbing behaviour. This comes after the head of the Australian Federal Police said he's concerned with the fact that Joel Davis's organisation, the White Australia Group or the National Socialist Network, wants to register as a political party. Now,
Okay, so like if you don't have the context there, the NSN, which is it is a Nazi organization. It's National Socialist Network. They are currently in the process of trying to register an official political party in Australian politics. Now, I think that is being done on the federal level. We tried to investigate this. It's actually easier to do on the federal level, it would seem, than the state level. And so what he's framing up here is that this guy, Joel Davies, who's kind of the head, I guess you would say, of Sydney NSA at the moment, he seems to be there with Adam Eltis. I can't believe how well I know all of these people. Fuck. Yeah, he's making the argument that they're being targeted, and it's probably the conspiracy theory being that they're being targeted right now because they're trying to form this political party. So arrest them, shut them up, kind of thing. And like, he's not explaining though why this person was arrested, so we'll get to that.
last week, the headlines have been full of the prosecution of members of this group. They've been debanked, they've been deported, Joel's been charged. There is a plethora of headlines relating to this group and an enhanced crackdown on their activities. Why is this happening? Why is it happening now? Well, just yesterday, the group announced they've gone above and beyond the 1,500 required signatures to register as a political party. So you can follow a pretty clear timeline. You have the AFP invent a new branch that doesn't attack criminals, just people who they think are engaging in disturbing behaviour. You have the boss of the Federal Police say that he's concerned this organisation to which Joel belongs is forming a political party, and then prior to that you have the head of the Australian Security Intelligence Service mirroring similar complaints. What this paints a picture of is the Australian security apparatus, the government, the police of national and federal levels, basically doing everything they can to disrupt and stop this group from participating in what we call a representative democracy. Now, to live in a representative democracy, ideas have to be...
Right? We're scared about democracy. Right? It's interesting, right? We're talking about openly supporting a Nazi party. And like, you know, they do understand that if they get into power, like let's say, hypothetically, that their ideal is based on Hitler's understanding of what the Nazi party needs to be doing and bringing in an authoritarian regime. Now, at this point, he's arguing for liberal democratic society and saying we should have representation. We should be allowed to do all of these liberal things like freedom of speech, freedom of expression, you know, freedom of religion, the right to association, the right to assembly in public spaces, like these quintessential liberal ideals. But, you know, if they were to come to power, I'm assuming they wouldn't be continuing with liberal ideas like that. They would be looking to curb those civil liberties, which is kind of the idea behind the Nazi playbook. It's not just fascism, like they are Nazis, they're National Socialists. This is as loud as you can get. I can barely hear him. Yeah, I know, it sucks. I don't know why it's like this, why it's so soft. It hasn't been like that traditionally. I can look, how about this? You can hear him or you can see him. I'll give you the latter option. Maybe it's better to hear him than to see him.
Australia is going full-blown police state and just destroying...
Tell us more, Joel. Alright, so you can hear him better, but you can't see him. This should be better.
Its democracy. So we've probably all seen today that notorious Nazi Joel Davis was arrested and denied bail over a social media post. Now, where that case gets very interesting is Joel was charged by this new Australian Federal Police branch called the National Security Investigations. This is a branch that, on its inception, the AFP proudly declared would not be tackling violent offenders, would not be tackling crime. it would be attacking and disrupting people engaging in what they call disturbing behaviour. This comes after the head of the Australian Federal Police said he's concerned with the fact that Joel Davis's organisation, the White Australia Group or the National Socialist Network, wants to register as a political party. Now, in the last week, the headlines have been full of the prosecution of members of this group. They've been debanked, they've been deported, Joel's been charged. There is a plethora of headlines relating to this group and an enhanced crackdown on their activities. Why is this happening? Why is it happening now? Well, just yesterday, the group announced they've gone above and beyond the 1,500 required signatures to register as a...
That's so good. A Nazi party? Does that include everyone the left calls a Nazi and a fascist? See what I'm saying? Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. Like, that'll be like their party room when they're like figuring out like who gets to be in and who gets not. Have you ever been called a fascist by evil lefties? Yes, I get called a fascist all the time. All right, you're in. You're in.
Political party. So you can follow a pretty clear timeline. You have the AFP invent a new branch that doesn't attack criminals, just people who they think are engaging in disturbing behaviour. You have the boss of the Federal Police say that he's concerned this organisation to which Joel belongs is forming a political party, and then prior to that you have the head of the Australian Security Intelligence Service mirroring similar complaints. What this paints a picture of is the Australian security apparatus, the government, the police of national and federal levels, basically doing everything they can to disrupt and stop this group from participating in what we call a representative democracy. Now, to live in a representative democracy, ideas have to be represented. And whether you like it or not, there are people in society with very extreme beliefs, be it on the left.
Remember this. A core value of the NSN, these neo-Nazis, is upholding liberal values. Remember that. Interesting.
Or the right. Australia historically tried to ban the Communist Party, and it went to a referendum, and Australians said, no, we shouldn't ban political parties because we live in a representative democracy. And even though I don't like this man's ideas, I'll defend his right to have them, these political ideas. We have an implied right to political expression. Well, all that is at risk because the litmus test of the Australian democracy will be whether this government, the police force, the security apparatus can crush Joel and his mates from organising as a political party, which they are legally hitherto entitled to do. And the fact that the AFP are rolling out new branches basically solely to target them, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation is putting them as like the #1 target to harass. It paints a very grim picture. So you should pay very close attention to these events. You should talk to people about it. This is like the future of Australian democracy live.
Whoa, that was so fucking loud. Yeah, okay, so what he's talking about at the end there is a serious problem, though. Like, you have a security organization that is allowed to go after people on the grounds of social cohesion. Now, it would be, I think, highly hypocritical of me to sit here and preach kind of concern with this when it happens in the US, when someone like Donald Trump signs off on a what is it called, a national security memorandum or something like that, and designates anti-capitalists, anti-Christians, anti-Americans, and anti-fascists, obviously, as people that are threats to national cohesion. Because, like, you know, if you're anti-American, you're evil. If you're anti-capitalist, you're anti-American, kind of thing. And those are all like hallmarks of, you know, being anti-social cohesion, and social cohesion in that sense being the national cohesion. So looking at two sides of this thing, like, I'm very concerned that Trump is going to do that sort of stuff in the US, because, like, as we have seen, the screws are being turned at the moment in terms of the Trump administration putting out the Project 2025 conservative promise and spreading that out throughout the Western world. He's looking for data in Australia to justify their kind of the migration fear that they're using to kind of win over voting populations in the Anglosphere, let's say. Now, that type of stuff is scary, that they are using the argument of social cohesion there to attack people that might be against capitalism. It's pretty crazy. People that are like worried about economics and being anti a form of economic mode. It's the same thing that he's speaking about here. We've got an Australian Federal Police that have set up a task force that attacks or goes after or investigates people and can investigate people on the grounds of whatever social cohesion means. So, you know, the obvious irony here, though, is like this guy is pretending like he cares about liberal values. And like, if you are part of the NSN or if you're part of a Nazi organization, you don't particularly think in terms of civil liberties. You're actually thinking of exclusive rights for a exclusive segment of the population who has rights above an underclass. And so that is directly in contradiction with the idea of liberal values, where everyone has like is kind of equal, I guess you would say. That's the best argument there. So like, or the problem here is simply that he expects that these liberal virtues are going to protect him and the boys while they run riot and try to set up a society that has absolutely no care or consideration for liberal virtues at all. So it's incredibly hypocritical that he would be arguing for liberal democracy like he gives a shit about that type of stuff. But like, you know, we've been speaking a lot recently on victim complexes and stuff like that, and this is a pretty interesting example of it, to say. A Nazi party, does it include... Oh, no, I read that one. Just because the guy adds hitherto... I was surprised when he said that, right? To his sentence. Doesn't make him sound smart. He sounds like a dumbass. I was surprised that he said hitherto. Maybe he's been reading the fucking Communist Manifesto. That's like one of the opening lines, I swear. Oh, fucking hilarious. I'm so glad you picked up on that. I was surprised. But he said hitherto. God damn. He must be a genius. Now, here's another good old piece from Hugo Lennon. And again, Hugo Lennon is not some...
Police sent to hospital houses fire...
Fuck me dead. Why is that other one so quiet compared to the rest of them? If I didn't blow your speakers just then, do apologize. Yeah, Hugo is not a representative of the working class by any stretch of the imagination. He probably doesn't represent most of the people that are associated with the NSN, that's for sure. Now, did that just...
bombed Patreon?
Oh, why is that so fucking loud? Jesus. All right, here we go. This one is about, like, the violent left. Okay? What the fuck was that? Yeah, that was... this piece being much louder than the last piece that we watched. I wonder if that means I can watch it on the other one then. Do apologize. That was VLC. What the fuck was that?
He's sent to hospital.
Yeah, it's so loud. I don't get why they're different. They're all downloaded from TikTok. Alright, let's see if I can get this a bit smaller so you can see it. Well, it fits. No way. Alright. Alright. So yeah, like I said, this one is about left violence. So we're going to get an understanding from a right-wing perspective about how evil the left is, how violent the left is, and like what needs to be done about left violence.
Police sent to hospital, houses firebombed, patriots bashed, and monuments destroyed. Left-wing violence in Australia is rampant, and they're totally getting away with it. Without charges, convictions, and jail sentences, these violent leftists will continue to act like this anytime Australians stand up for themselves. But we can't expect anything from this government. Anthony Albanese has spent his entire career in the most left-wing faction of Labor. He won't do anything about it, let alone calling it out. Everyone in Australia who identifies with the right has an obligation to join the call to oust Antifa as terrorists.
Ooh. See, here it is. like this is part of the, I don't know, like I don't know if they get together and have a fucking conference or something like that, but this is part of like the Trumpian narrative. So call out the left for being violent, the violent and criminal left, and then like pin it all basically on Antifa. Like that's a that's a real thing that exists and needs to be dealt with in some fashion. So like, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, if they have a conference and decide on this this stuff, but he is on the bandwagon as well. So this stuff does get into Australian politics from the US. Because I've always wondered whether we should be looking at US politics. And I always make the call that like, hey, whatever happens in the US in the heart of capitalism trickles down throughout the rest of the world and it does have its implications. And so I would say a lot of the people that are inclined to this part of the right-wing pipeline in Australia are just watching whatever's happening in the US and are just like, yep, Antifa's here and they're problematic and left-wing violence needs to be sorted out. And, you know, we need to call for the same type of stuff that happens, right? What does the statistics say? How often does this happen? Don't worry. He's got one picture of someone pulling a statue down. He's got one picture of a house being firebombed by the look of it. And he had a picture of someone being beaten up at a rally. A patriot being beaten up by lefties at a rally. There were Kirk sigils all over the world. Yeah.
Susan Lay, Ralph Babbitt, the Catters, just as the US has designated their Antifa as terrorists, we must do the same. It is an existential imperative in Australia that all right-wingers should be able to operate without the threat of political violence.
Fair enough. So here it is. This is part of the right-wing pipeline. I think it's important. Like, it's all really quick, this stuff, but, you know, just call out your opposition, call out the left, whatever that is, Antifa, call out Antifa for being violent and like just, you know, harp on about this left-wing violence. Because I think what is important is to kind of ensure that the story changes about, like they spend a lot of time building up this woke thing that like everyone's is progressive, woke, and a snowflake. They cry, they have their feelings hurt. And that has actually worked quite well to a certain extent in like drawing, you know, people into the culture wars that hate all that sort of stuff. But like now it's just this imagery of people just being like kind of soft is not enough. Because like being soft, like it's fun, right? You can laugh at people online for being snowflakes. But like you can't really, like in the American sense, you can't justify bringing in the National Guard or like increasing police powers and like taking away from people's civil liberties. You need people who are violent. You need people that are hard fucking core, right, to attack. And so like Antifa's come out. So like it's funny that they're picking up on that kind of trope that would scare people into, you know, I guess that is standing in the culture war somewhere, and they're like, yeah, I've heard about that Antifa. They sound, you know, really bad, really scary. I need to worry about that. I need to worry about that stuff, right? It is actually a thing. Oh, they punched a Nazi in the face. I guess they are violent then. Oh no. I guess it's not good to punch Nazis. Oh wait, is it good to punch Nazis? I can't remember. But they threw rocks at police. Uh-oh. That's bad too, right? Nobody ever throws rocks at police. This one's an interesting one as well. Let's see. Oh, this one, because we spoke about this recently, and I had made some calls on this. So I wonder what people's thoughts are on this, because he's debunked my theory. Like, I spent a bit of time last week because somebody said, someone we were watching, some right-wing person we were watching, was making the case that Australians, that like the Anzacs fought, the only reason that they fought in World War I and World War II was for white Australia. They fought to make sure Australia was a white country. It wasn't because, like, you know, especially in World War II, that they were actually worried about the Japanese invading Australia, and they actually had to fight for the first time, potentially, literally for Australia. No, it was just the fact that they were worried about Australia not being white, and that's why all of these people chose to go overseas and potentially sacrifice their lives.
Can we please?
Oh, it's going to be quiet again. Seriously, fuck this. I'm going to I'm going to VLC. Half of them are going to be quiet, half of them are going to be loud.
Can we please stop pretending like
So quiet now. What the fuck?
white? Can we please stop pretending like white Australians were the only ones that fought for this country?
99% of the Anzacs were white, and the Defence Act of 1903 barred non-Europeans from going to fight for Australia.
The Defence Act of what was it? 1903 was it? Specifically, clause.
Please stop pretending like white Australians were the only ones that fought for this country.
99% of
That voice is annoying though, isn't it? This country.
the Anzacs were white, and the Defence Act of
Defence Act 1903, specifically Section 61, Clause H of the 1910 Amendment stated that individuals not substantially of European origin or descent, not substantially, interesting, were exempt from service during wartime. This meant that Indigenous Australians were in effect barred from military service. That's crazy. Defence Act 1903, Section 61. You know we're doing this. Defence Act. Actually, I bet you our research assistant will find it faster. Can you find me a link to the Defence Act of 1903? I am specifically looking for clause... Section 61, Clause H. Because like I said, I spent time last week when someone raised this, I'm just like, yeah, you know, they all fought just to keep Australia white or something like that. I was like, come on, man. Seriously. And so like he's researched it. So let's see if I can be debunked hardcore here. And I have to formally apologize in a stream. Link Defence Act 1903. Fuck, this is old school. Look at this. Oh man, I can't troll through this. This is gonna take ages. I can't do this. Can't you just give it to me? God damn it. If you like, I can point exactly where. Yes, please. No, Ostley is so much better. Oh my god, here it is. Defence Act 1903, Section 61. Oh, there's no H here. Registration and allotment for service. The regulations make provisions for and in relation to the registration of persons who may become liable. The deferment of service persons or persons included in classes or persons who have been called. Medical or other examinations of persons. Ah, this is not the original thing though. That link shows the full, including H? Oh my god, there it is. There's no H. Interesting. Well, it seems to be he's correct in his assumptions. Oh, sorry, in his allegations. Not really allegations then, are they? So the Australian Defence Force had this clause in their piece about excluding people that were not of European origin let's see where it goes.
1903 barred non-Europeans from going to fight for Australia. So for the 800 or 1,000 Aboriginals that supposedly fought in World War One, they would have been white passing and they would have lied about their Aboriginal state.
Indigenous soldiers who hid their identity to serve, the untold story. Many do not know that historically Aboriginal people were legally excluded from serving in the armed forces, but that did not stop hundreds of Aboriginal people from lying about their heritage so they could fight for their nation.
To get in. And another truth about the Anzacs that these people refuse to acknowledge is that the Anzacs were fighting for white Australia, and not just as a policy.
Okay, so Captain Sir Gilbert Diet, I guess you'd say, second national president of the RSL, Returned Servicemen League. Our men have fought to ensure the preservation of the white Australia. Someone's put that in brackets. I wonder why. Policy of the policy, and it will be a betrayal if any departure from that policy is advocated. Like, is this person speaking for every single person who has ever served? Apparently.
The Anzacs were fighting for white Australia, and not just as a policy, but
Lieutenant Colonel Burford Sampson, Army Colonel, Senator of Tasmania, Nationalist Party, United Australia Party, Liberal Party. White Australia is not a mere policy as far as Australia is concerned. It is a religion. So obviously these people speak for the entirety of Australia and everyone who had ever served. So what's their logic? Is that white Australia policy was a thing back then, so things can't change? No. It's this conversation that we had like last week. We watched someone right wing talking about this, and they were just like, the Anzacs fought for white Australia. Oh, I think it was Joel Davies actually. He said it. The Anzacs fought and died for a white Australia. And I was just like, I don't know about that, because I've spoken to veterans and they've never mentioned that they fought to keep Australia white or something like that. Damn straight, Jesus was a white preach brother. Oh my God. Yes, he was. Yes, he was Anglo-Saxon too. He had blue hair, blue-eyed, blonde hair. I'm pretty sure that was the Jesus that I know. So yeah, I wonder who these two people that he's referring to is. Because this is his like nail in the coffin kind of argumentation here, and this is what they will use, these NSN types, is that like, look, like Australia is a white nation, is a white ethno-state, and we've had wars to sort this out. This is the line and the argumentation that I have. We've had wars to sort this out. Like, they fought for white Australia. So like they can use that as a line of argumentation that this was meant to be a place for the whites. And it's not just a policy decision that it was important to have migration from Europe at some point in our history. Like, there's a historical reason for this. It's more than just a historical policy thing. This is ideologically. People died for this. People tried to fight for this. And so like, I just want to see if this argumentation has any legs, because like, come on, if this is just bullshit, or if this is just the opinions of like one or two people, like it's an absolute like shit argument to say. I'm pretty sure the actual Anzacs fought for the Queen and motherland, not Australia. That's pretty funny. That's fucking hilarious. Jokes? He was a little Arab man? Eh? No. Jesus was white. What's wrong with you, Jerry? How dare you? Eh? Blonde and blue-eyed. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Well, not according to Captain Sir Gilbert, was it? Not according to him. Captain Sir Gilbert Diet. I guess we can ask maybe the research assistant can find something about that. Captain Sir Gilbert Diet. Diet, maybe? Maybe not saying that right. So Gilbert Joseph Cullen Diet was, and what do we know or we don't know about his likely stance towards a White Australia policy, especially in light of the leadership of the Returned Sailors, Soldiers and Airmen's Imperial League of Australia, precursor to the modern Returned Servicemen League of Australia. He was a First World War veteran, fought at Gallipoli, wounded at Lone Pine, who recovered and then organised recruitment efforts. After the war, he became an influential veterans' rights advocate. He also Dominion president of the British Empire Services League. You're right, he was definitely fighting for Queen and country, or Queen of the Commonwealth. In recognition of his service, he was made a CMG in 1927, knighted in 1934. Under Diet's presidency in the RSLs, it functioned as a nationalist and social control institution aiming to channel returned soldiers away from labor unrest or left-wing politics and towards conservative politics. Interesting. According to one academic thesis, and this is from where Griffiths University is at. According to one academic thesis, the interwar period, the League's leadership broadly sympathised with the support for the White Australia, the Empire, and rather slippery version of democracy. In that context, the League actively opposed non-British, non-white migration. The same sources suggest the RSL, under its early leadership, viewed race loyalty and anti-immigration as tools to divide the working class. What the fuck? I.e. using racism, supremacist ideologies, and to suppress working class solidarity, in part to undercut labour militancy and union organising among migrant or non-British workers. Interesting. I wonder what that fucking thesis is. Interesting. Where do you get this stuff from? Seriously. Australia's picked citizens, the RSL in the interwar years. The RSL would be one of the most conservative in nature of organisations ever in this country. Wow. Very interesting. What we do not reliably know about Diet personally. I found no public documented speech. Histories of the RSL do not always distinguish between views held by rank and file members and those held and articulated by Diet personally. Interesting. There's some legs to it, what this guy is saying. It would also seem that the RSL, in its original inception, and what was the acronym for the original RSL? My God. Returned Sailors, Soldiers and Airmen's Imperial League of Australia. Yeah, that's interesting. Very imperial stuff going on there. Jim Seshman, the far right will conquer Australia. Fair enough. I'm not joking. Sad things are funny sometimes. Yeah, I know. It was called Her Majesty's Royal Australian Army for a reason. Yeah, it was. Yeah. And it's pretty imperial in its logo too. And like the veterans that I have spoken to about like World War II especially, they definitely were royalists. That's for sure. Definitely royalists. They definitely believed in serving and fighting for the interests of the Queen. They were massive supporters of the Queen. It's definitely part of the history in that time period, that's for sure. But like it was never expressed to me or even insinuated that it was about fighting for a white Australia. But maybe that's just a given. Maybe that's just a given. Interesting history on the RSLs there though.
As like a quasi-religion. So you have a 99+% white fighting force fighting for an extremely restrictive racialist immigration policy. Yet people like this want to act retrospectively as if they were some multicultural fighting unit fighting for democracy. The truth is that if you met one you have a 99+% white fighting force fighting for an extremely restrictive racialist immigration policy. Yet people like this want to act retrospectively as if they were some multicultural fighting unit fighting for democracy. The truth is that if you met one of these Anzacs today, you would hate them.
Savage take there. If you met one of these guys, you would hate them. Eh? So there you go. The part of the right-wing conversation or take on history when it comes to the service of Australians in both world wars. It was funny that both of those people were from World War One, actually, not World War Two. The references that he gave them. But like, yeah, part of the conversation is like Australia was meant to be, it's an ethno state. It's meant to be for white people, and people have fought and died on that premise. So like, let it go. It's for white people only. That's the argumentation. And like idealistically, like from an idealist perception, like the narrative that surrounds like the mythology of the Anzacs and all that sort of stuff, if people hear that type of stuff, they're like, oh really, they were fighting for white people? Well, I guess then like that doesn't make it too racist, because people fight and died for it. It's not really a race thing. Like it is, it's an interesting way of framing a conversation and getting, obviously people to like convincing people that like this is the way it was meant to be. So maybe you should just, let it go. Let's have a look at this one.
The fact that this white man had the audacity to say that the British people...
Let's see. Oh, this one's just a bit stupid, but like it riles people up, that's for sure. It's when you feel you don't have a say, regardless of where you sit politically, now with the right wing and youth being suppressed. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's an interesting line of argumentation that he's got going on there, right? Someone been buying some cheap crap online. Also, you may want to clear TPB from your main search page if you're going to stream. TPB? Interesting. Thank you. Good call. Good call. Labor in favor. Yeah, I got it. Labor in power federally and almost every state. This guy is crying about the far right. Labor in power federally and almost every state. This guy is crying about the far right in Australia. Look, they are definitely a thing. But that's not the point of Far Right Fridays, though. It's actually supposed to understand what the working class is up to these days and where they're getting their ideas from. It's more of an odyssey, an adventure. We're trying to understand the world, man. The working class, primarily. All right, let's see this one.
The fact that this white man had the audacity to say that the British people weren't immigrants when they came to Australia. This is our land.
It is our land, though. We created Australia. We are Australians. That continent is ours. And the only people who want to tell us that it's stolen land and that it doesn't belong to us are people who want to take it from us. And along that...
But like, this is an interesting one as well, right? This line of argumentation is... if you argue that white people are immigrants to Australia and not like the owners of Australia, like people that established Australia for what it is as a nation, then that can justify you taking it off them. That's a very interesting kind of set of mental gymnastics. because like what you're kind of, you don't want to be classified in the same ilk as, like, it's very defensive. Like, you don't want to be classified as an immigrant yourself. You are the founding member. You are the people, like, if you're trying to establish like the idea behind an ethno state, you want to be the one that has rightful claim to the land, as opposed to being just considered another wave of migration, because then you don't have the ability to spread kind of propaganda that justifies things like, you know, Australia is for white people only. People fought and died for Australia to be for whites only. We're not just another wave of migrants kind of thing. Don't call us that. We established this nation. We are the original inheritance here. Or we have right and claim to this, and so like everybody else is a wave of migrants, and so they can be shipped off and taken somewhere else. This is interesting because, like, I was wondering, like, why would he take it so much offense to being called like a migrant, right? Like, it's obviously clear these people were just talking about how people of only European origin, they weren't like people who are Australians only and like in brackets white. It was people who are of European origin, obviously acknowledging the fact that they're from Europe, that part of the world. That's okay. Like, you know, the Australia, if you fought for Australia, you fought because you were of European extraction. Acknowledging that you're of European extraction is okay, but you can't acknowledge that you're just another wave of migration, because then that seeds ground to other migrants, and then they can call for you to be shipped off and sent, you know, back to where you came from.
Immigrants when they came to Australia. This is our land.
It is our land, though. We created Australia. We are Australians. That continent is ours. And the only people who want to tell us that it's stolen land and that it doesn't belong to us are people...
White be right, baby. Trump 2028. Yeah, fair enough.
People who want to take it from us. And along that same ulterior motive of wanting to steal the country from us is this argument that we're all immigrants, that the first Australian pioneers who were British and built the country from literally dirt and bush into a first world country, that they are somehow the same as the immigrants who rock up today to our post-industrial aging society, is a non sequitur. The only reason these arguments of it being stolen land and everyone's just immigrants, the reason they are employed is to help...
In capitals, Gerard Duvilla, 1971. Only the Indigenous people of Australia are the real owners of Australia. No, not according to this guy. You and Hugo would have a nice little conversation.
To debase and destroy the Australian identity, such as to culturally disarm us so we don't feel like we're actually losing anything, as we are literally losing our country and her national inheritance, which our ancestors bequeathed to us. So Australians need to learn to recognize this threat. When someone tells you something isn't yours, particularly your actual country, they're planning to take it from you.
See, it's not a discussion about whether or not you're another wave of migrants. This is the dog whistle term in here is they're trying to take your country away from you. And I thought that was interesting, like listening to them speak, the NSN people speak about multiculturalism and how multiculturalism is not this idea where you can have people of different ethnicities living together in harmony, but multiculturalism is actually when people of different ethnicities stake out a political claim in the system and then try to use that claim in the system and set up their own policies, and that's how they take over. And so, like, acknowledging, if you're Anglo-Australian, acknowledging that you're a wave of migration is dangerous, because that means someone could take the country off you. It's crazy. It's crazy, like, mental gymnastics. Can I ask, can you confirm whether or not you are in chastity now? I don't understand the reference. It's narrow-minded. Government is the problem. Immigration is the symptom. Yeah, it's an interesting it's an interesting line of argumentation. But like that'll convince a lot of people out there that are kind of just like, yeah, that's not fair, or like, what's going on? That's not right. Like blah blah blah. Yeah, it is. Like when people say that, I don't know, Australians of Anglo heritage are migrants, they're going to take the country off us. They're going to deport us. And where? Where are they going to deport us to? All right. Jim Seshman. Does that mean Europeans, e.g. in the UK, who are indigenous to the land can tell immigrants to F off? I doubt it. That would be considered a hate crime by the same people say Aboriginal people are the true owners. I don't know. Like, are you saying that Aboriginal people here are telling migrants to F off? Is that what you're saying? Chastity, as in wearing a chastity cage. Can you confirm whether or not you are in chastity right now? I can neither confirm or deny if I am wearing a chastity cage. I can neither confirm or deny that. You have to use your imagination there, buddy. I don't understand what you're saying. Does that mean Europeans, e.g., in the UK, who are indigenous to the land, can tell immigrants to F off? I doubt it. That would be considered a hate crime. By the same people that say Aboriginal people are the true owners. I don't get it. I'm saying that the lefties tell white people to fuck off and they aren't entitled to anything here in Australia. Have different perspective when it's white people who are native. Right. Okay. Fair enough. That's a fair call. Look, I've already said on this stream before that, like, I am not supportive of people that say that, I don't know, all white people need to go back to where they came from or something like that. I don't believe in that. I think that's culture war rubbish, to be honest. So I don't really believe that anyone should be told to leave Australia, if that's what you're getting at. The brown hair gene wipe out the true indigenous population in the UK. Give it back to the gingers and the blondies. LOL. Yeah, where do they come from? They were the Normans, and they took over from the Saxons. They fucking Normans. What are the Normans? Those fucking evil Frenchies. Dirty, what are they? From the Mediterranean more, I guess. Those dark-haired types from the continent. Not the gingers. Never the gingers. Oh my God. All right, let's see if this guy's got any other gold. Now, remember, this guy, this Hugo Lennon or whatever his name is, not a member of the working class by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, he comes from a family of property developers, and they're worth hundreds of millions of Australian dollars as well. So, like, I don't know what his whole deal is, but, like, maybe he just likes to agitate. Maybe that's what it is. The Normans weren't French? Oh, okay. Where did they come from? I thought they came across from the, what is it called? The Channel. I thought they came across from that northern section there. All right, let's have a look. They all look the same to me. Savage, bro. Savage. Australia's for whites. Yeah, here it is. Here's the thing that pisses these people off a lot. This is the one.
Believe that white people are the ones being...
This is the one for you, Jim Sesh, or whatever your name is. Is that Jim Sesh? Jim Sesh, man. Here, Jim Sesh, man. This one's for you. You're gonna love this guy. Normans were descendants of Vikings who settled in northern France in the 10th century, intermingling with local populations. So they came across the Channel. There you go. And they are descendants of Vikings who interbred with the locals. Oh my God. Sounds like some type of weird migration system. Be afraid, ladies and gentlemen. Be very afraid. Yes, sir. Jim Sesh. Yeah, you watch this guy, Jim Sesh. You're not going to like him. KK Online. Normans were from the region of France. Look, Jerry Poppins, you're getting fact-checked hard here by people in the chat. Do you have a response to this? Do you have a response to that? Is this one going to blow my speakers as well?
Believe.
No, it's not. Thank God. It's really quiet, though. I don't know why it did that. Champagne is a Norman name. My family crest literally is based from the Champagne Hills. Interesting. My family has Norman heritage. Yeah, well, look what they did. They came and they fucking took over the UK and started wiping out the locals. Bastards. I have a crest. All right, let's do this. This one's for you, Jim Sesh. Tell me what you think about this douchebag.
Believe that white people are the ones being replaced in Australia.
According to leftists, Australia is Aboriginal land, New Zealand belongs to the Maoris, but Europe belongs to everyone.
You're an Australian! What do you mean your homeland? Go back home!
He's telling me to go back to Europe, or more accurately Britain, if I don't want to see white people being replaced. But what's happening in Britain, and actually Europe more broadly, is arguably worse politically, culturally, certainly demographically, than what has happened so far in Australia. White people aren't exactly in a position to go country shopping. I think it's like by 2060,
Country shopping?
the majority
So
of European nations will be minority white.
It's so loud. The TikTok fucking thing works, but not the rest of it. All right, now I gotta see this again.
Believe that white people are the ones being...
White people? God, he does have an annoying voice, though. Fuck. I think everyone can agree on that. That's so fucking annoying. Okay, here it is. So here it is. Grok estimates. Yes. Elon will tell you. Grok estimates in which year white people will stop being a majority in Western European countries. So Sweden is white. Fair enough. The UK, white. Germany, white. France, white. Italy, white. Spain, white. It's really funny, right? If you go back in history and look at what British people would have said about fucking the Swedes, the French, the Italians, and the Spanish, and about whether or not they were white. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Eh? They definitely wouldn't have considered those swarthy people as white. That's for sure. Gerard O'Villa, 1971. Not denying the fact that migration is what helped build Australia to where it is today. It was migrants who built the roads, railway tracks, infrastructure, etc. Migration is necessary, but controlled. Fair enough. Dilemmas. I'm a descendant of colonial royalty. The Irish translation of my name is Little King. That's crazy. Jim, he's not wrong. White people are pretty much being told they're not welcome anywhere, even in Europe. Come on. Honestly, like they're not welcome in Europe. Like you're honestly, that's what they're being told. Come on, seriously. And by who? A bunch of snowflake lefties that you wouldn't listen to anyway? Why get so like butthurt about people that you think you have absolutely no respect for anyway? People care too much about race on both sides of the aisle. Yeah, I know, right? Like, look at that douchebag as well. Like, again, like, why would you say stuff like that? Go home to where you came from, like, kind of thing. Like, and where? Where do you expect a bunch of people that have probably been, like, you know, some people have been here for fucking generations. Where do you expect them to go? Like, where they're going to go to? Sweden? The UK? Germany? France? I wonder if they speak French. Would they speak Italian or Spanish? Would they speak Swedish? I think not. They're being, yeah, but like, by what lefties eh? The evil left, these snowflakes that you're worried about, who like, you know, that will, what was it? That won't let facts get in the way of their feelings, and then you're worried that you're being told that you don't have a land by these same lefties that you have no respect for. Come on, man. This is some complex shit. It's either you don't have any respect for what they're saying, and you just can completely ignore them as being crazy, or you are truly worried about something. The Normans propagated the use of chastity cages throughout. What is it with you and the chastity thing? Throughout Europe, creating laws which forced all red-headed males over 18 years old to a period of at least 2 years in chastity. What the fuck? What's that about? And what is it with the chastity thing? What are you trying to prove? That's what annoys me the most. It's the racists that make it all about race. It's not a bad observation. If really all you can focus on is racial stuff, like, you know, take a good look at yourself. People will see some blue-head idiots spout self-hated BS about their race and get personally offended. Yeah, if there are some, you know, self-hating douchebags out there, like, you don't need to give them any more attention than is required. Have a good laugh, like what we've been doing today with Pauline Hanson and her miniseries. Have a good laugh, move on. Are you part Indigenous? I am not. Like, if you mean Australian Indigenous, I am not. I am not. If you mean, have I got Anglo-Australian roots? And then, according to this guy, Leon here, no, not Leon. What's his name? Hugo. According to Hugo over here, does that make me Indigenous? Then yes, I am. I've got Anglo-Australian roots. So, like, it depends who you're speaking to. If you're speaking to Hugo, then this land is mine. Clown with a ponytail. What a surprise. Where's the clown? On the screen somewhere? Tell us with your hilarious commentary. First person ever to make a comment about someone with a ponytail too. Fucking genius. We're all Indigenous to Mother Earth. Love. Yeah, beautiful. All right. Should we take a break from Hugo? I got other videos, but I don't want to do him any more justice than he deserves. Yeah, no more on that one. That's for sure. All right. What else we got here? Oh, this one. Maybe we should watch this guy. Has anyone come across this guy called Jordan Knight before? He's from an organization, if you can call it that, called Immigration Watch Australia. It's a pretty nice ring to it. I don't know fucking what it is that they do specifically, but they watch immigration. So he must be an expert on immigration. 6 months in chastity for you. That's going to be your thing. You can be the chastity representative, Mr. Alexander.
In the last 20 years, the number's been so high.
Okay, so this guy, Jordan Knight, I don't know if you've ever come across him before. Yeah, he's from an organization, like I said, Migration Watch Australia. I don't know. He was on the Two Worlds Collide podcast. And he's been on, I don't know, some other media outlets. And he speaks about mass migration being a big problem. So like his shtick is just mass migration kind of thing. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. Has anyone come across Jordan Knight before? If you have, let me know. But yeah, his thing, and he's, I guess, newish on the political scene in Australia. He's been doing this for a couple of years now, I think he said, since COVID, trying to draw attention to mass immigration being a big issue. A different kind of white knight. I know, I can't help but think, like, did this guy, was he always called Jordan Knight? Or like once he started doing this, did he change his name to Knight? As in, like, you know, it's pretty crazy. You're actually pretty chill and balanced. I'm surprised. Believe it. It happens. Hey, if you're wondering what this channel is about, this channel is about the working class. So like, you know, whether you like it or not, the working class has many, many forms. And like I said, we're trying to understand different ideologies in the working class. So settle yourself down, get comfortable, Jim Sesh, man, because we are going into the right-wing pipeline. Dun, dun, dun. Classic twat haircut. We're in for a good one. Yeah, you don't know anyone else who has fucking haircuts like this, do you, Jerry Poppins? Or used to have haircuts like this? Hey? Anyone with a man bun, complete wanker. I would like to know more. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. All right, let's do this. Jordan Knight, ladies and gentlemen. And he's on GB News. I'm pretty sure that's a fucking, like a Great Britain something. He's over there, 2.4 million subscribers, 2.04 million subscribers. And he's speaking about mass migration is destroying Australia. And this is all like, what? This is the 27th. So that's 2 days ago. Is that right? 2 days ago, he was talking to people in the UK who are scared about mass migration as well. Maybe we'll see him tomorrow at the Put Australia First rally. I don't have one of those anymore. Oh, okay. Fair enough. So you're not a twat anymore then, are you? Eh? All right, let's do
In the
this.
last 20 years, the number's been so high, and they've been from countries such as, Malaysia, the Philippines,
Why
China,
is everything
and
so
India.
quiet today? Oh, wait, because I turned it down. That makes sense.
In the last 20 years, the number's been so high, and they've been from countries such as, Malaysia, the Philippines, China.
Oh, right. GB News is like the news, Fox News in the US. Yeah, fucking look at that. 2.4 million subs. And he's speaking to them directly. Again, as anyone who associates themselves on the right wing or anything like that, have you come across Jordan Knight before?
In India. After COVID, you would notice that you were the only person speaking English on the train.
You're here to talk about Australian immigration, Australian politics. You're based in Australia. Can you give us an assessment of what Australia is like today in terms of immigration from third world countries and outside countries?
Well, Australia's had a fairly high immigration rate since early 2000s, since John Howard came in. But it has worked. It was around 100 and something thousand a year, which was pretty high, quite high. It was growing the population by about 1% every year.
Do you like that part? Eh? It worked when Howard did it. Howard knew what to do. Eh? So it's okay when Howard does it.
For 20 years, so it was high. But just in the last few years, since Labor's Anthony Albanese came in, the numbers have exploded. We had 737,000 in 1 year alone, which is huge.
Man, the numbers always change on that one. 737,000. I've heard people say it was like maybe closer to 500 something thousand. It was like 1.3 million over a few years. Like the numbers are always varying on this one.
And this has not really slowed down. They've said they were going to cap it, but they never really did. And so this has had enormous changes,
And I was talking about Mr. Knight's haircut. Oh, really? Whoops. I had a similar haircut to yours, shaved sides but long hair. Decided to go back to my skinhead roots. So good. One day I'll shave my head. I just don't have time to go get haircuts anymore. So this is like the easiest thing. I can shave the sides and just leave the top. And it's getting ridiculously long now too.
Enormous pressures added to Australia. So we've seen house prices skyrocket. Young people get locked out of housing basically forever. We've seen rents just become completely unaffordable. They're now usually 50% of people's incomes. We've seen rapid demographic change.
Never forgive Howard the gun grabber. Seriously, like that's the thing that you don't like Howard for. So funny. He stole my gun. God damn it. Look, this guy. Cue the line dilemmas. This guy, he's not wrong. He's not wrong about these things. There's a housing crisis. People can't afford to buy houses. They can't afford rent. Like these are real issues. Like here's the connection, right? It's all because of mass immigration. There were no systemic issues in Australia before Sorry. Yeah, before COVID. It was just after COVID that all of this stuff became a problem because of mass migration. Before COVID, the housing sector was fine. Everyone could buy a house. Everybody could rent. There were no problems. Everybody was holding hands under the rainbow, especially in the Howard era, if you remember correctly.
Especially in our cities, people are sort of, to quote a politician, feeling like strangers in their own country. A Liberal MP, Australian Liberal MP, actually said that recently. So it's having an enormous effect, and now people are starting to sort of ask questions. Usually Australians are quite apathetic politically. There was never really
He's not wrong.
that much pushback or that many questions asked. We were very welcoming, but the pressures are so bad now that people are getting very, very angry.
You talk about the strangers comment. That's actually a very similar comment to Keir Starmer and what he gave a speech a few months ago, and then he kind of reversed on that speech. Can you tell us about what it's like living in Australia over the last couple of decades? How you've seen Brisbane, I know you're based in Brisbane, how you've seen Brisbane change, other cities change.
Is Avalava in the house? I wonder if we can get some verification, if he's ever run into this guy before. It comes down to what the policies are regarding immigration. If unskilled, unproductive people are given government support to migrate to a country, the tax-paying population are put under more pressure. Yeah, fair enough. But is that really the case, though? We're just getting people in that are unskilled and unproductive? Or you're just talking about generally? We're getting too many people in that are unskilled and unproductive? People always mix truths, half-truths, and blatant lies together under the guise of a fact. When pressed, we'll always refer to the facts and not the other BS that they spew. Yeah, fair enough. Albanese is a Fabian, just like Keir Starmer. AJ 11184. What does that mean? Can you give me an understanding of that reference, please? Is that like a secret cult or something like that?
Because of immigration.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I'm from Brisbane originally, and Brisbane and Queensland, have a lower foreign-born percentage. We don't get as many migrants as the big cities like Sydney and Melbourne, but I actually lived in Sydney for the last 4 or 5 years, and that's where I saw enormous demographic differences. Lots of suburbs are majority foreign-born, and that's a fairly recent thing as well. And the thing about immigration, Australia's immigration rate and system is that it didn't just change in number. So it didn't just, obviously go from 100,000 to 500,000.
It summarizes the rise of the right. He's not wrong, though. I don't agree with this, but ... Yeah, you're gonna have to clip me saying it. He's not wrong, though. But the connections, though, the final analysis. You know what I'm saying. I always say the same thing.
It also changed in the type of migrants. So for a long time in the 20th century, we had Greeks, Italians, people from Europe, people from Vietnam as well. And this largely, worked pretty well. People sort of assimilated and...
Have you spoken to people that migrated from those countries and when they first came to Australia, and how they were treated in the same way? They're like, you aren't really Australian. You can't speak the same language. They were called wogs or whatever, blah blah blah, whatever the term. It happens with every wave. They all get treated the same, and they're not it's the same phenomenon. He's saying, yeah, but now they're not really the type of migrants that we want. It's happened with all waves of migrants. I don't know, man. I don't know if I buy that. That everyone was comfortable with Vietnamese coming to Australia. Everybody was comfortable with Greeks coming into Australia. I don't know, man. In the UK, a new measure is proposed which requires all migrants to submit to 18 months in chastity before receiving... What? Is this your thing? Are you like a chastity advocate? These idiots say the dumbest talking about. It's like, if you look around, most people are foreign born. And if that isn't how it's always been, and as if that isn't how it's always been, holy crap. Have you seen Romper Stomper? Yeah. Isn't it a good Australian movie? I guess you could call it that, right? For you, I don't know if there's any internationals still left watching this. But yeah, go and Go and check out Romper Stomper. Especially for people that like a bit of Russell Crowe. He's pretty scary in that.
And integrated. In the last 20 years, the number has been so high, and they've been from countries such as, Malaysia, the Philippines, China, and India, and they've all been moving into various sort of suburbs around Sydney and around Melbourne. And this is, really, really demographically changed things. And parts of Sydney where I lived, it was...
I thought he was going to talk about Arabs and Africans. That's interesting. I wonder what part of Sydney he was living in. Classic film? Yeah. Scary shit. Heavy.
Yeah, it was... There were, you would after COVID, you would notice that you were the only person speaking English on the train and things like that. So it had this sort of noticeable effect. So I think when that Liberal MP said what Keir Starmer said, that people are starting to feel like strangers in their own country, I think that really struck a chord. I think people they couldn't quite verbalise why things felt different, but that sort of hit the nail on the head.
So culturally, Australia is changing because of immigration through people's languages and things like that. Obviously, historically, Australia has had a lot of British immigration, and I'm not talking about in the early days. I mean, like in the last few decades. It's a very popular place for Brits to move. Is that controversial in Australia? Is it British immigration that's worrying people, or is it the immigration coming from India, Malaysia, and other places?
Well, you know the answer to that fucking question. Come on. Are you worried about those, British people coming over here? It's better than American History X. Romper Stomper doesn't glorify or humanize the Nazis in a film like History. That's interesting. I never thought about that. History X kind of it follows the story of the disaffected and their road to redemption kind of thing. I don't think there's any redemption in Romper Stomper, is there? We got enough Brits here already. There it is. See, when the shoe's on the other foot, eh? You're all the same. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Yeah, fuck off, Brits.
We have a huge problem with Brits coming here and causing... No, they're fantastic. No, nobody really notices. Brits I think, the last forever, have been the predominant migrant group. That's only just recently changed. Now it's people from India who are the biggest migrant group to come in. And so, no, there's never really... we've never really noticed, British immigration. It's really changed in the last couple of years, and people are noticing.
He's not the best. We've seen some better speakers. Hey. Dude basically said if you look for a yellow car, you're more likely to see one than if you weren't already looking for one. No, if I remember right, the end scene is Rusty stomping on a Vietnamese gang member. Yeah, it's pretty close to what happens. I thought they get chased away at the end, actually. Yeah, they lose out in the end, I'm pretty sure. Weird, because during COVID, all I saw was the government lying, printing money and inflation, in having to pay for a while I worked to support the economy during lockdown. Interesting. Yeah, this is all lived experience stuff for this guy. It's just I went on the train and, people aren't speaking English and that caught me by surprise. And no one's ever really had a problem with POMs. Sorry, Brits. And this is what I'm saying, pommies. I think there have been definitely points in Australian history where people have not appreciated or definitely noticed the amount of British people hanging out. I remember that used to be a big thing for the eastern suburbs in Sydney. The Poms always used to hang around in Bondi, piss people off, and they bring their pound. And people were pissed off because their pound is so powerful. I think Rennick touched on that too the other day. It's okay for the Karate Kid Daniel's son to wear a shower curtain to a Halloween dance, but Pauline cannot when copping a spray. It's safer than a condom maybe. Where did this comment come from? Dennis Bartholomew Madness. I don't think I understand that very well. You might have to explain that one a little bit more for me. People still do. What, they still complain about pommies? No way.
And why has it changed so much? And is this just because of this new Labour Prime Minister, or are the Liberals to blame as well?
The Liberals definitely deserve blame. I mean, they were effectively the ones that started and continued this. And they also sort of changed the immigration system. So to their credit, the Liberals did stop the boats. So we no longer have a sort of illegal
Oh, they still moved to
boat
Bondi. Right. Yeah.
problem. They actually did a really effective job in stopping that. So we basically have no illegal immigration problem. What they did do, what the Liberals did do, is they effectively legalised it. And so what we saw was that it went from illegal migrants arriving by boats and things like that to actually coming in through sort of dodgy student visa processes and colleges and things like that. And so where we are now is that we have around 800,000 international students in the country. So this is about 1 in every 30 people in Australia is an international student. So they've effectively just legalised illegal immigration. So this is
They've legalized illegal immigration. I don't know if that all kind of like made sense for him right there, but he said it, and he probably believes it too. In that contradictory sentence there, like if they've legalized it, if they've legalized something that was illegal, then what you're saying is ethically, morally, it's questionable. And like legality isn't a measure of what morality and ethical standards is. It's just words on a piece of paper somewhere. So legality, basically, just because they formalize something that he doesn't like or people don't like, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean it's right. That's what he's really trying to say there. Pauline wants to be Aboriginal, right? But Aboriginal is not a country, no. Does she? Does she want to be Aboriginal, right? But Aboriginal is not a country, no. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by Aboriginal is not a country. I am trying to understand, legitimately. It was Wogs and Asians where I grew up. No one cared. You copped more crap being gay than anything else. Interesting. There you go. Yeah, where I grew up, it was, I guess you would say Wogs. You would use that terminology. Wogs and Asians. Actually, it was pretty diverse, actually. Heaps of islanders, too. And heaps of Arabs. But I guess they come under the umbrella of Wogs, then, I guess. The guy in this video sounds like my old crackhead mate right before he starts telling me birds were spying on him. Lydia Thorpe knows the difference between condoning and a condom. Right, got it. What's this? Let's have a look. Whoops. Oh, and Dr. Nathan, are you streaming this afternoon? By the way, are we raiding you? Paul getting owned by the kids? Oh, this is the famous one, right? This is the famous one.
With you, I'm Indigenous. I was born here. I'm native to the land.
She's Indigenous?
Yes, I am. Do you know the word Indigenous?
Yeah, I
It's
do.
native to the land. I was born here. Where's my land if it's not Australia?
England?
Senator Hanson.
England?
With you, I'm Indigenous. I was born here.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. Just fuck off. You're confusing Indigenous to Australia with Aboriginal Indigenous. Australians are islanders, no. Australians are islanders. Ha! Yeah, but that's not what I meant. That's funny. Yes. Australians are islanders. Yes. That's pretty funny, actually. When we transvestigating Pauline, like, come on, as if she wasn't a Paul. Yeah, that's right. That depiction in the cartoons that we were watching before, they made her look, very different to what she is in reality. Eh? She ain't never looked that good, been in one of those cartoons, that's for sure. Pauline. All right, I keep cutting this guy off. He's not talking very well. Yes, streaming. Not sure of getting home in time for a raid though. Oh, damn. Okay. Yeah, I do have to cut it off at 3:30 today. But like, keep me posted, please. Yeah, for a raid. All right, let me know if we're raiding. Is there anyone in Twitch world at the moment? Or is everyone in YouTube? I think everyone's in YouTube land today. Most people anyway. All right. They're all transgender. Yo, Voltateur. There we go. Going over. Still here. Yeah, well, we might be raiding out later. So keep yourselves on call.
Which is like, it makes things much harder to deal with as well. If you have like an illegal immigration problem, then you can start talking about deportations and things like that, like they are in America. But we can't, we don't really have those processes here legally. So it's a really difficult position for Australia.
But coming back to why, can you talk more about the recent Labour government? Is it like, oh, we need people for jobs, we need to make Australia more diverse? What is it?
Yeah, people are, the Labor government is saying that we have a skills shortage. There was a skills summit just after COVID where businesses were crying out for workers and saying that we need workers. I mean, the real reason is that wages were just becoming too high for, Australians. And so this was hitting big businesses' bottom line. And so there was this massive cry out for immigration. And that's really what happened. There was an enormous pressure from Treasury to bring people in because they see them as a way to grow the economy. And there was enormous pressure from businesses and universities calling for workers and staff and consumers and international students. I mean, it's a huge business, the university sector in Australia to bring in international students.
So here we have the conditions are set. We have a sector of the economy who is run in a market setting. Universities, which are places of education that turn a profit on providing said education, and they are, like he said, getting policy decisions made which affects immigration policy in order to make bank on bringing students over here. And so the extension of the argument may be, well, the said students are just abusing that system in order to get into the country. Well, whatever. But the catalyst for these students to get into the system, to abuse the system, to abuse their immigration status, to get their visas, the catalyst for that is greedy universities who are just trying to make bank of international students and people wanting to come to Australia to study. You have like middle classes in China, middle classes in India that are able to send their children or their children at least are able to afford to go and study abroad, and they go to Australia because it makes a lot of money for the education system or the privatized education system. Well, then that's a material problem with the fact that people are profiting off education. If you reduce or remove, maybe not remove, Tyler, let's just go with reduce. If you reduce the draw of that profit motive, your real policy decision, buddy, Jordan Knight, is to reframe the education system, the way that universities treat education in this country, which is just a way to get people here and to extract money from them. That's really the argument. If you are concerned about people using education as a backdoor into the country and to settle here, then you really got to go after these universities that are making bank out of this process. It's the same fucking story every time. She flashed her legs in the burqa. Didn't look like a guy's legs. I'm sure you checked just to be sure, right, Dilemmas? Eh? I'm pretty sure they're a woman's legs, right? Right? No, they're definitely a female's legs. Eh? Yeah, this is, again, we're misdiagnosing the problem here. If the issue is people are rorting the educational system and using that as a backdoor, then why are the universities doing this? Why are they allowed to do this? Because it's making a lot of bank. It's like the profit motive strikes again. And we're all shocked that this potentially could be the issue here. It's the same thing every time. Oh my God.
That's the major reason why, or at least like the reason they tell us. We're also getting fed lines about diversity as our strength and stuff like that still, but that's the reason they're telling us.
So in Britain and in America and many Western European countries, there has been a huge backlash against mass migration. Are you seeing the same thing in Australia?
Up until about 4 months ago, no. So there was really no talk about it at all. It was, like I said, Australians are pretty relaxed about immigration, relaxed about politics. And then in the end of August this year, there was these huge rallies across Australia, not just in capital cities, but in smaller cities and towns right across Australia. And they were effectively calling for the end of mass immigration. This is unseen in Australia. I don't think we've ever had anything like this. And it surprised a lot of people in the media.
He's got a point there. I was speaking to someone about this the other day. Have you ever seen these type of rallies in Australia before? Like in the age of social media, like this type of stuff gets traction where it probably never would have gotten traction before, or not in the same way. Not like people spreading it locally, but like people kind of interpreting what's happening in like the US or the UK or something and being like, oh, that's happening here too. Oh my God, we better do something about it. And so like there's a shared experience across the English speaking world because they get media from the UK or they get media from the US and they're like, oh, so that's happening there. It must be happening here too. Has anyone ever seen these types of, like, apart from like what, the Cronulla riots, which is a really locally specific issue, right? Really locally specific. Have you ever seen people march for, I don't know, for Australia before? Remember when they caught Pauline having meetings with the NRA and no one cared? He will run and his slogan will be, we are going to turn this country from night to day. Now, I must admit, he's right. I don't think I've ever seen people rally like for Australia or put Australia first, all that sort of stuff, all that rhetoric ever before. I don't think this has been a thing in Australian politics.
Class and the political class, they realise they have a serious problem on their hands. So it's kind of exploded. And since then, immigration politics really has changed. The Overton window really has shifted. And now there's a lot of people talking about what do we do about this? How do we fix immigration? Things like that. It really emboldened a lot of politicians and media figures to come out strong on immigration.
So the Liberal Party, which is your equivalent of the Conservatives in the UK, how conservative are they? As you know, as I said, in the UK, the Conservatives have come under a lot of criticism for not being, conservative enough, particularly on immigration and other issues. Is it similar in Australia?
Absolutely. I mean, the similarities are like 1-to-1 almost. I mean, there's probably about, 5 good Conservatives in the Liberal Party at the moment. I mean, they're effectively a left-wing party in many instances. This is starting to change, though. I mean, similar to the Tories in the UK, there is this faction sort of emerging, this kind of national conservative or Australia First faction emerging in the Liberal Party, with people actually starting to call out immigration, and not just call out immigration, but also talk about demographic change, talk about the migrant voting patterns and stuff like that. So there is this kind of vibe shift happening in the Liberal Party. Whether it's enough to actually save them, because they're doing terribly in the polls right now, whether it's enough to save them, time will tell. But there are at least people in there trying to sort of fix things and save the party.
Why are they doing so bad in the polls?
Just because they are really bad.
Because they suck. That's why, bro. You can just say it. Because they suck. Embrace primalism. Hail the new resistance. What are you resisting? And why say the word? Why say the H word for? What's that about? Can only imagine. Yeah, they're doing bad in the polls because they suck. They've lost the party vibe There's no infrastructure there. They're not a viable option.
Bad on immigration, or have been really bad on immigration. They're really just not connected to the Australian people anymore. They're still, up until recently, they were pro net zero, and power bills have been going through the roof for most Australians. They've been sort of...
I see. I still don't understand this one. That like we privatized our electrical networks because of like, you know, good old fashioned neoliberal thinking, right? The private sector will do it better. We've watched year after year after year of prices going up for decades now. And all of a sudden, like, it's net zero's fault. Like, hello? Your prices were getting worse anyway because we have privatized this essential infrastructure. Like, what do you think about net zero and whether that should happen? That's a different conversation. But blaming your prices on net zero doesn't make sense. It was happening well before people adopted these policies. This is an issue of privatization, honestly. Matt Bond, the birds, except chickens, went extinct in 2000 and were replaced with robots until 2018 when the government of Atlantis brought back birds by using cloning and chicken heads, then got rid of the bots. It's a resistance. Dun, dun, dun. So much suspense, so much mystery clouded in the resistance.
Basically pro-immigration up until recently. So they've really just like not been effective. They've not been a good opposition to the Labor Party. The Labor Party is still doing very strongly in the polls despite cost of living crisis, a housing crisis. So they've not been an effective opposition. And what we've seen is our sort of populist party, One Nation, go gangbusters in the polls. In many places, in many seats, they're starting to flip the Liberal Party, which is unheard of.
Oh, it says Renaissance. Yeah, shit, it does. It's French. Yeah. Sorry. Hail the new Renaissance. Yeah. Apologies. Not reading that right. It's French?
Happened at least in 20 years. So similar to Reform, there's quite a sort of backlash against the Liberal Party towards One Nation.
Tell us about One Nation then, because I know that in New Zealand...
But like, what's the hail part for? What are we talking about here? A rebirth of the spirit. Hail the rebirth of the spirit? Which spirit? So much mystery.
Zealand, they have a very strong populist party that has done very well. But this One Nation party in Australia has struggled maybe in the last few decades to gain the same kind of traction as, say, Nigel Farage in Britain or other populists in Western Europe.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, part of that, I believe, comes down to Australia's voting system. New Zealand has a different, I think they may have proportional representation. I think it makes it easier for New Zealand First to get into government. So it's a bit harder for One Nation. They also have a bit of, they've been attacked by the media for 20 years straight. So they have and that's done a lot of damage to their brand. They've also had sort of like all sort of populist right parties, they've had internal troubles as well. But I will say, just in the last couple of years, they've really made an attempt to reform. I think they've seen the opportunity, and they're starting branches. They're really professionalising out as a party, and they can.
Like, what has she done that's different? Like, she just exists, right? And so, like, people are disaffected with the Liberals and are going across to her, or like disaffected with politics generally. Let's just say. And so, like, they're going over to One Nation. Is it really some change in strategy? Some effect? Oh, look, apart from the fact that, you make a movie, do some political stunts, you get some attention. But, like, what's the strategy change? They're really professionalizing as a party? Has anyone experienced this? That old classical muse, the mother tongue, the world's greatest lingua franca? The French.
Really, they can be a major risk to the Liberal Party come the next election. So I think the Liberal Party, like I said, the Australian First faction and the Liberal Party are realising this. They may get flipped. They're seeing what's happening in the UK with Reform. And there's a bit of an arms race going on now between One Nation and the right and the Liberal Party.
In terms of the demographic changes in Australia, will Australia be a minority Australian country in the next coming decades? In Britain, there's some studies that suggest it'll be early as 2050s that the native British population will be a minority in our country for the first time ever. Is the same...
Has the strange mouth guy said anything of note? Not really, to be honest. It's like just the typical narrative, I guess you'd say, on mass migration. He's been speaking about One Nation, and he believes that they're Australia's populist party, kind of like a MAGA movement, Nigel Farage's Reform Party in the UK. That's our version of all of that, is One Nation. But like, he's just saying the same thing over and over again. It's nothing really incredibly insightful, to be honest. A bit more liberal bashing than I thought, but like I think that's just like he's lost faith in conservatism in Australia, and like the Liberal Party would have been kind of the edifice of conservatism for a long time. And so like now conservative is more populist conservative, like social conservative, as opposed to just being economically conservative. Like that's enough. Yeah, he's really got a strange mouth. Like, does he? I haven't even noticed that yet. I'm going to look at him.
Same thing predicted to happen in Australia.
The unfortunate thing is that
does he have a strange mouth?
Possibly on purpose, about collecting, ethnic demographic data and things like that. But what I will say is that we have one of the highest foreign-born percentages out of the entire world. So Australia has around 32% foreign-born population. In the cities, it's like racing towards 50%. So on that metric alone, yeah, we are racing towards being like almost a majority foreign-born country. Our birth rate is plummeting. It's in absolute decline, while we still have extremely high immigration. So it only naturally follows that you can see it becoming majority foreign-born by this century, effectively. And the ABS put out a post.
Don't you think you should like ask that question? Like, why are people of the culture that you're so worried about protecting, why aren't people having babies? Like, isn't that like a more fundamental question at the end of the day? I would be so much more worried about that if I was believing that I was under attack and I was being eradicated. And like, as Hugo was saying, like, we're told that we're just another form of immigrants so they can steal the country off us. If like someone was stealing the country off you, like, wouldn't your main tactic be to ensure that you're reproducing yourself as a culture and facilitating a society that encourages young people to have babies, as opposed to a culture that like makes it difficult for them to do anything economically? Again, like, all of this boils down to, all of this stuff, as it always does, boils really down to the economic conditions. And so like, if people don't feel like they have the prospect, or they don't feel like it's right or necessary to bring children into this world, like all that sort of stuff, like that's the thing that should be being addressed here. Not the fact that like, oh, people aren't having enough babies and they're also bringing in too many people. It's like, for fuck, like, slow down. What was the first part again? Why are people not having babies? Like, I'm pretty sure that's pretty fundamental to the existence of all humans, despite race and migration status, right? Why are they not having children? People aren't having babies because they can't buy any land that's theirs. Then when you own land, you fight for it, etc. That's why defense recruitment is down. Well, like, that's a problem. That's when people have kids and they have something. Well, that's a fucking economic issue. Should watch one of Hans Rosling's stuff on demographics. Oh, are you in Discord, Matt? I'm just going to put the invite in there anyway, just for any new people as well that have been hanging out. If you're watching this, you are new here, you like what's going on. First, if you're on YouTube, hit the like button and then, subscribe, follow, wherever the fuck you are. And here's a invitation to Discord. Matt, if you are on Discord, if you could put a link to Han stuff about demographics. That'd be good. It's obvious people aren't having babies because the frogs are gay. Oh, fuck, of course. My God. That's what they're putting in the water. Of course. It's got nothing to do with whether they feel like it's a viable option. Not in this economy. It's because the frogs, bro. The frogs are gay. Of course.
Just recently sort of saying majority of Australia is migrant in that it's either foreign born or the children of foreign born people. So I mean, this is an enormous demographic change, and it
was a half true. There's still an issue with those gay frogs, but it doesn't explain everything. It doesn't apply in all circumstances.
People are starting to realise this. It's extremely noticeable in Sydney and Melbourne, where house prices are extremely high. Towns and cities are changing. So, and people are also, because of the cost of living pressures and the living standards in these cities, people are fleeing these cities en masse as well, and effectively getting replaced by migrants.
There was some recent opinion polling suggesting that young people in Australia heavily support the left parties, and it's a very small minority who are supporting the right. Again, similarity with Britain, where it depends on the opinion poll that you're looking at, but it looks like the Conservatives and Reform are not doing very well at all with young people. Whereas in America and France and other European countries, actually young people, a lot of young people, support Conservative parties. Look at somewhere like Poland, where the furthest right party is actually the most popular among young people. So what's going on in Australia? Is it the case that young people are supporting the left generally, and it's the older people on the right?
Yes and no, though I will say.
Well, that's actually one that I would like to ask all of you. I guess especially people that consider themselves to be conservative or right wing. Do you think that in Australia, all the young people now are all just lefties and stuff like that, evil lefties, and they've taken over? It's like, is this legitimate, what this guy is talking about? I wonder if people get that vibe. Now, the chemicals from pesticides are leaching into waterways. Frogs have very sensitive skin and would absorb these chemicals that affect their hormones. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, man. The chemical mission complete. Oh, thank you. Where'd you drop it? Links for long listening? The stream chat? No one said anything in the stream chat today. I'm surprised. Reaction recommendations? Oh, I haven't been here for a long time. I guess I'll find it. Thank you, Matt. Mission accomplished. Yeah, we could go on about, industrial chemical manufacturing and the way that that's impacting everyone. Depends on what you define as left. A lot on the right would call me left. That's interesting, isn't it? I guess. Yeah, well, all the young people are lefties in Australia, majoritively, crowding out the space of the conservatives.
It sort of splits between males and females. I think males are increasingly turning right. I think the major problem for Australia and possibly for the UK, I'm not too sure, is that the right has really struggled and the populist right has really struggled to appeal to young people. It's usually been seen as this kind of reactionary, almost boomer sort of movement. But yeah, so there hasn't really been this kind of youth vibe shift that we've seen in France and Sweden and other countries yet. But I think that is changing. I think that is changing. Young people are sort of shifting right, at least sort of in conversations that I'm having. Whether that plays out in polls, I'm not too sure. But I will say as well, I mean, Labor have done a fantastic job at sort of keeping all of these groups and electorates on their side, sort of thing. The Labor Party is still seen as being
long listening, video topics, good, thank you. Legend.
For the worker for a lot of these groups, and it's still sort of the fashionable party to vote for. I can't see that surviving very long if the cost of living and housing crisis keeps getting worse. But yeah, again, it comes down to the right making a stronger pitch to young people. Yeah, so we'll see if that happens.
Tell us about Pauline Hanson. This is the leader of the Populist Party in Australia.
Pauline Hanson's been in Australian politics since the 90s. She started One Nation and has been sort of in and out of Parliament. She's now a senator with Malcolm Roberts and a couple of other new senators. And
who are all the One Nation senators? I don't know the new ones. Who are they? Who we are? The One Nation team. Oh man, they must have who they are. Our team, branches, achievements. I just clicked on that, right? Branches, maybe? No, that wouldn't be it. Oh man, we could go along to a fucking branch meeting. That'd be hectic. All right. Action Center. Action. Recruiting, membership, get updates. Home? I'm pushing it to be ready in 10. Oh, just let us know. Okay, so Senator Hanson, Senator Roberts, the Honourable Ricky Lee, Tyrell, MLC, One Nation's first representative in the Parliament of Victoria, was elected in 2022. Senator Sean Bell represents New South Wales One Nation, family man, small business owner, fish and chip shop dude. Senator Tyrone Whitten represents Western Australia for One Nation. There you go. The Honourable Rod Candies, MLC, is West WA State Leader for Pauline Hanson's One Nation. Honourable Philip Scott, MLC. I thought there was different people than that. Maybe they're not updated completely. Okay.
She's been
looks about white. I was actually going to make a joke about that, but I was like, I don't know. I'm tired. But it's good. Somebody else picked up on it.
Been very consistently against immigration. Just recently, she's been very strong on, its effects on housing and cost of living. But yeah, it was always kind of, hovering around sort of the 5% mark in terms of votes and whatnot. But that again is changing. You're now seeing polls where she's hitting 12%, things like that. And she's also sort of getting a lot of recognition. She was just in Mar-a-Lago recently while Donald Trump was there. So there is this sort of momentum behind One Nation, whether they can capitalize it, whether she can capitalize on it.
Call me cursive. What is the clock in Australia? Like, what time is it? It is now 3:17 p.m. It is now the afternoon, and Australians are definitely winding down at work at the moment. They're getting ready for the weekend because it's Friday. That's for sure. All right. 6 a.m. here. Damn. Early riser. Oh, welcome. Welcome. Call me cursive. We're learning about mass migration. How it's destroying Australia. That's interesting. Did you guys know that she went to Mar-a-Lago? This kind of explains where she might be getting some of her funding from. Hanging out with the OG Conservatives. Project 2025 people in the US of A. Interesting.
We'll see come 2028. They have this
I wonder if we can find a picture of that. Actually, I got to know now. Pauline in I don't even spell that. Mar-a-Lago. Is that right? Mar-a-Lago. Oh, whoa. Oh, this is like the American CPAC. Wow. Wonder if she got a massage at Mar-a-Lago. That's crazy. Her speech was entertaining. You'd get a kick out of it? Oh, fuck. When was this? How do people even mass migrate to Australia? Isn't there like lots of water and a desert to make that harder? Oh my God. That's like one of the best analyses. I don't even know. Good call. How do you mass migrate to Australia? It takes a lot of time, a lot of boats, a lot of planes, a lot of students. Eh? That's hilarious. Good call. Call me cursive. It's a logistical nightmare, can I just say? Mass migrating to Australia. Logistical nightmare. Gina was there too. Of course she was. Of course she was. Interesting. I have to find that. Probably government support too to make it possible. Yeah. University support is the reason that we're getting here. I might have to try and find these dilemmas. I'm going to write that down. Pauline's American CPAC speech. Man, I have watched way too much Pauline this week, can I just say? I feel like, last week was NSN Watch. We talked about the NSN almost every day. And then this week it's been Pauline Watch. We've spoken about Pauline Hanson every day this stream. I don't know how I feel about this. Pauline CPAC US speech. It better be as good as you say it is. I love how Pauline is willing to go after Clive Palmer all day, every day, but mention one word about Gina. No problemo. Yeah, I know, right? What the fuck? What's with that? And did you see the way they were depicting Clive Palmer as well? In that video? My God. I am a huge fan. Fuck. I've spent a lot of time this week doing this, Voltature. I don't know what to do. Oh my God. Eh? I'm gonna start making cartoons, bro.
Habit of sort of having a really good run in the polls and then sort of tripping and stumbling and not really getting the lower house seats that we need to actually, take government or things like that. But yeah.
What about the cultural debates in Australia around people like Captain Cook? Again, I know I keep comparing Australia to other countries, so I apologise. But, obviously in Britain, Britain, America and other places, we've seen a huge backlash against so-called colonial figures and our evil colonial past, slavery and so on. Are you having those same debates in Australia? I suppose you are. Is Australia becoming so-called woke?
Australia's been... I think Australia is, at least...
I heard it's not possible to survive in Australia without sunscreen. That's what the pharmaceutical industry wants you to think. Okay? They've got a product to push on you. Put on a hat, long sleeves, you'll be right. You'll be right. I believe in you.
At least in a media sense and our elite sort of cultural elite, it's a very woke country. It really is. And that isn't helped by the fact that, like I said and keep saying, we do have a fairly apathetic sort of... So we don't have this assertiveness that the Americans have about their history and their heritage. And there's, I'm also seeing online, there's a similar sort of pushback in the UK and Britain. But I will say that it does feel like, 2026 and 2025, especially after, the protests and rallies that we had, that is starting to change. I think we are starting to fall in behind America and Britain in this.
I asked somebody and they said it wasn't enough. Like the sun will just go through. Look, if you're wearing a hat that is thin enough for the sun to penetrate through, what are we talking about here? Are you spending 9 hours in the sun or something like that? Or are you just going out for a walk? Like you'll be right. Makes me wonder, how did all those deported people survive in the first place without even infrastructure to give shade? Like, this is the thing. Humans have existed before the pharmaceutical industry pumped out sunscreen and told us this is the only thing that's going to make Australia livable. People had clothes. People stood in the shade. Like, you'll be right. You'll be right. Like, look, unless you're like this fair, right? Like, you'll be okay. I'm sure you'll be okay. If you ever plan on coming to Australia.
Sort of pushback. Everybody's a bit sick of it. Everybody's like living standard is getting way worse. And they're like, why are we talking about, you know, toppling statues and burning flags when, you know, when I can't afford, you know, to buy a home, things like that. So I think, you know, there will be this pushback and this the defense of things like Australia Day. The left wants to change the day because they think it's offensive, and we've got Australia Day coming up in early January, so that's going to be another sort of interesting metric about whether this is on the back foot and Australians are getting sick of this sort of woke sort of you know, revising history, and whether Australians actually want to take their country back.
Well, it depends who you think Australians are. I suppose some on the left may argue that the Aboriginal people, they're the true Australians, and you are an invader, a colonizer, and so on. And Australia Day is very offensive to those Aboriginals whose land was conquered. How do you respond to that? And what do you make of the kind of Aboriginal aspect in Australian politics? Can you talk about how that works?
Yeah, I mean, it's often been used as a sort of wedge against mainstream Australia and heritage Australia, that, you know, we came here as conquerors and colonists, and so we should all feel bad about it. I think any sort of like merit to that argument, like I said, is kind of being lost in the fact that living standards are getting worse and things like that. I think as well, it's kind of they're kind of overplayed their hand, the left, in this regard by pushing this, because it's forcing a lot of people to say and evaluate the institutions and all the good things actually that colonialism and whatnot brought to Australia. And I think they're actually assessing it and evaluating.
Did he tell you to watch out for drop bears as well? So good. Sources said it was like 15 minutes in the sun, enough to burn light skin. In my view, land belongs to one who can develop it. That's an interesting view. What if like you just want to use the land without developing it? I'm assuming when you say develop, you mean like building on it. That's development. But like, what if you wanted to use the land to grow something like crops for market purposes? Does that constitute it belonging to you? What if you wanted to live off the land, just like survive on it? Can develop, not necessarily to develop, and who can develop. Interesting. Okay.
All these things, and they're like, actually, this is an amazing country. The fact that we came to Australia and built these wonderful cities.
Or actually using the land. Yeah, hunting and gathering is not really using the land. Oh. That's why I'm asking then, if you plant stuff and you grow things, does that constitute using the land? I would like to know more.
And built this like incredible civilization at the edge of the earth is actually something to be immensely proud of. And like, you know, people wouldn't have even considered our heritage and historical background if it wasn't for the left.
Well,
and the
of
media
course,
constantly
planting
attacking,
is using the land. Well, like, what if I told you, or what if we argued, let's say, and I mean that in like a civil sense, but if I told you that hunting and gather, or hunter-gatherers actually would plant on the land. Yeah, any response to that? It's not enough to constitute realistic use? Shit. Interesting. Interesting. That's a tough one. I got to admit. Because like the only reason like agriculture developed is because people like hunter and gatherers, and depending on who you speak to, particularly women, were the ones that cultivated plants in the first place and started to cultivate them in a way that could then be turned into further forms of agriculture, which is like the use of the land that you're talking to. So the person that produces the most value from that land should own it, I guess. And that seems to be the argumentation there. Seems to be the argumentation. Let's say you own a large plot of land in the middle of a city and you only grow a batch of potatoes there. You can't argue that the city can't claim your land for building houses or growing larger. Well, what about property rights? Like flies in the face of the foundation of the system. That is, if you have property there and you want to grow potatoes on that land, unless they want to put down infrastructure like a house, like a highway, or I don't know, sewer system or electricity grid. But like, you know, if you want to just use your land and there's no infrastructural purpose for it, like why not? Why not just grow potatoes? That's the basis of private property rights, isn't it? Permacultural groups should own the land. Yeah, it's a hard bargain, that line of argumentation, I must say. I cannot speak for Australia, but at least here the city can claim lands that they see necessary. Yeah, look, for infrastructure purposes, I think that, you know, cities, governments, whatever, you know, if they need to lay down some infrastructure, then go for it, you know. Eminent domain. You don't own shit. Yeah, that's interesting, actually. I think we lease stuff off the Crown in Australia, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it's actually owned by anyone. In Australia, anyway. All right, look, I have got to bounce, and I'm not sure if Indoctrinathan is ready or not, but I'm just going to double check just in case he is, because we got 5 people over in Twitch world right now. I'm going to check. Indoc. Sure, Nathan. It's not ready yet. Damn. All right. I do have to bounce, though. Indoctrinathan is going to put up something in live stream update, so make sure. 2 seconds? Oh, fucking sweet. Okay. I thought you just disappeared. All right, you tell me when you're up. Let's go. All right. Thank you, everybody, for interacting today. I think we've had a number of new people in here, I think. Far Right Fridays really draws an interesting crowd. I'll tell you that much for free. But yeah, look, I don't even know if I can name everyone because there's been so much chatter today because I can't go back that far. But Dilemmas, Vive Australia, Anton, Matt Bond, Jerry Poppins in the house. Good to have you on a Far Right Friday. This was your idea, by the way. Oh, no. As I recall. Danielle, who else have we had? Jet B was in the house. Volta Tur, Jag, Jim Seshman, Mr. Alexander. Who have I missed? I'm sorry if I have missed you. AJ, KK, was it back again? It's good to have you, KK. Indoctrinathan. I think I said Volta Tur already. Embrace Primalism, Matt Bond. Call me cursive at the end there. Keeping me on my toes. Thanks everybody for your interactions today, and chilling out for some Far Right Fridays. It's been a good one. So like if you're new here, you know, hit the follow button or the subscribe button or whatever it is so you keep up to date with it. And yeah, I've sent a couple of invites to the Discord. So if you want to join the community, go along and do that and share your propaganda. Wuzo's in the house, popping in to say, have a great weekend, everyone. It's good to have you. And we're actually going to go raid now. So I'm not sure if you're able to Twitchify yourself. But if you are, we're going to raid out now. But yeah, thank you, everybody, for chilling out today. And we will be back on Monday. So enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your weekend. Let's do this. I'm going to raid you out. Enjoy your weekend. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. My camera is struggling right now. And we're about to raid out. Enjoy your weekend. See you next week. Cheers.